Welcome in my partner in crime, Jake Bedell. And Jake, coming off a big week where the Huskies beat their NSIC rivals, UMD Bulldogs, and they also had a pretty good series right there. And I mean, they shot out in Game 2 to 7 games, and they really didn't look back after Game 2. Game 1, they had a home run against a home run with Jasmine Estrada, and they kind of rode that to a Game 1 victory, 5-2, along with Trinity Junker, and having a complete game performance. We're going to get into this one pretty quickly. The first 3 batters for the U-Mary Marauders will be Dome, Conagizer, and Perez. So it's going to be the left fielder, shortstop, and third base as she takes a first pitch strike to start her off. The 5th-year senior Kylie Thompson will be on the mound for the St. Cloud State Huskies as they are getting set out in the field. It'll be Sydney Trees backing up Kylie Thompson behind the plate as this one's the line fouled on third base line, and it's now an 0-2 count. The Huskies in the field. They will be set up with Trees in the back of the dish, and then on first it'll be Fitzgerald, and then at second it'll be Pick, and then at short it'll be Raven Vanden Langenberg, and then Haley McFarland at third to round out your infield. In your outfield it'll be Brooke Bolin, Alexandra Pinkowski, and Weinberger, as that is a ball on the outside part of the plate to make it a 1-2 count to the leadoff batter for the U-Mary Marauders, as we have a Game 1 start time of a little earlier than maybe most were expecting here, Jake. A 1:49 start for a game that was scheduled to go on air at 1 o'clock, as that is a ball just outside, and it's now going to be an even count at 2-2.
Yeah, you mentioned it just a little earlier than most of us thought this game would go on. I'm sure we expected to go on about 12:50 here, right about nail on the head, and have a little bit of a pregame and get settled in. And next thing we know, roster's getting read off, the national anthem is sung, and we are underway here. You mentioned 5th-year senior Kylie Thompson out on the mound, and yeah, she's had a pretty good start to the season so far, 3.5 ERA. I mean, she's seen seven starts, and she's 0-2 so far, looking for that pivotal first win to get her season off to a good start.
And the payoff pitch, this is going to be grounded right past Haley McFarland into left field, and the U-Mary Marauders start off with a runner on and nobody out, bringing up the shortstop, Conagizer.
Yeah, just a one hop down that left field line. Batter chopped at it. That was Avery Dome. Took a hack and kind of belted it right to the floor, and it took a hop over McFarland's head and just found some ground out in the shallow left field. She'll take the single, and now a runner on and no one out.
It'll be Kaylee Conagizer as she shows bunt, and that's going to be a strike. Both first base and third base were kind of choking in, getting ready for that bunt, but it never came. So 0-1 to start off the shortstop for the Marauders with a runner on base here early in the top of the first inning between the U-Mary Marauders and the St. Cloud State Huskies. This is going to be a bunt that gets down. The throw on to first is going to be in time. The throw to third is going to be offline, and it's going to be Dome on third with one out after a sacrifice bunt there by Kylie Conagizer. Bringing up the third baseman and Sarah Perez. And, we talked to Kylie Thompson a few weeks ago, me and Joey, a part of the Huskies Game Prep podcast, and she was talking about how she always wants to give her team the best start she can. And so far, I mean, choppy first base, as actually that throw went out of bounds, so Dome is going to come around to score on an error, and all of a sudden now the Huskies are going to have to play catch-up once they get their turn to bat, but a good sacrifice bunt by Kaylee Conagizer.
As you mentioned, that ball just rolled out of play on the official ruling, so that'll bring the runner in Dome across the plate in the first run of the ball game. A perfect bunt. I mean, nothing more you could do on that bunt by Conagizer. She just laid it right in front of the plate, forced Thompson in after it. Sydney Trees couldn't get there in time as she saw Thompson breaking for it. And then from first base, Fitzgerald just tries to go across the diamond to McFarland, just misses the target and bounces out of play, and it's going to cost the Huskies early.
Yeah, now coming up to bat for the U-Mary Marauders, Sarah Perez, the third baseman, batting .368 as she takes a strike on the outside half of the plate. Perez has appeared in all 22 games so far for the Marauders, as she'll step back into the right-handed batter's box with already a runner on board, or a runner coming back in for the Marauders as she pops this one behind, and it's going to be an 0-2 count, or a 1-2 count. After Perez, it'll be after Perez, it's actually going to be Haley Berube, the second baseman, the senior, one of the very few seniors on this UMary lineup, coming in a very young lineup, and, well, it's kind of shown with their 2-22 record as this is a ball outside. So far, it hasn't hurt them, though. They already have one run in here in the top of the first inning with one away. As we step back in to the batter's box, and this is going to be grounded foul down the first baseline, and it'll remain a 1-2 count. One out after the sac bunt that ended up getting thrown away for a run. And that's going to be a strike three call, and down goes Perez, and two down now for Kylie Thompson and the Huskies. Berube coming up for the Marauders. She's going to be batting right-handed for them as she takes a step in. We take a look at her scorecard up to this part of the season. One of the best batters for this UMary Marauders offense, batting .448. She has 13 RBIs, 3 homers, and get this, Jake, 3 triples already on this season.
It's just some good speed on the base paths. You find a gapper up the middle, and you take that extra turn. And stat sheet will tell you the tale. Haley Berube not afraid to take that extra turn from second to third if she finds the time.
She takes ball one outside, very close, and Kylie Thompson has been flirting with the black all day so far. As she big swing and a miss there by Berube, and it's now going to be a 1-1 count. I say she's been flirting with the black all day. It's only been one inning, but she has really been pitching it well in the strike zone. The 1-1 pitch is going to be grounded to Vanden Langberg to throw on to first in time, and the Huskies will retire the Marauders, but the Marauders get one run on a hit and an error as we go to the bottom of the first inning, 1-0 U of Mary.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohamed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot and a save. Forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar, but
that means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects, shot there, Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5 RadioX.com.
So we'll take a look at the starting lineup in the field for the UMary Marauders, and in the field for them, it's going to be Retch behind the plate. She'll be catching for Amari Evans, and, well, at first it's going to be Ritz, then followed at second with Berube, and then Kaylee Conagizer will be at short, and then at third it'll be Perez, and then in the outfield it'll be Dome, DeYoung, and Reinhardt for the Marauders. For the Huskies, starting off 1-2-3, it'll be Raven Vanden Langenberg, Haley McFarland, and Sydney Trees. So some of the top hitters in the NSIC will be facing off against Amari Evans, who has had kind of a rough start to her season as she throws the first pitch in there for a strike on the inner half of the plate against Raven Vanden Langenberg. And, well, as we take a look at Amari Evans and how she's pitched so far, 0-9 is her win-loss record. She struck out 20 and an ERA above 10 at 11.65, as that is going to be a ball outside, and it's a 1-1 count.
Well, and Max, you said it. I mean, it's been a tough start for Amari Evans. It's no surprise. 0-9. And, I mean, and the ERA is not kind. You mentioned it, above 10.
As this one's popped into shallow center field, it will be caught there by DeYoung, and quickly one up, one down for the Huskies. And now coming up will be the third baseman, Haley McFarland.
And for Amari Evans, she gives up a lot of earned runs. 10 yesterday against Minnesota-Duluth, 16 earned runs in her last 2 starts, and more than 6 5 times this season. it's just been a struggle, frankly, to start things off for Amari Evans and for head coach Andrea France.
First pitch to Haley McFarland is a strike, and Haley was one of the very few hitters for the Huskies that I wouldn't say struggled, but didn't necessarily have a good game where she could shine and really show up and show out as she takes a ball outside to even count at 1. Went 0-4 in one of those games, and she ended up walking in another game, but it's just not one of her best series, and eventually she's going to come back here with a gapper right past the shortstop and Perez at third, and the Huskies have a runner on here with one away. Coming up, the arguably one of the best hitters on the Huskies, maybe the best batter on the Huskies, with Sydney Treese, one of the catchers for the Huskies, and well, she had a pretty good UMD series. She had a 2-run shot, and she's looking to keep that going as she leads the NSIC in home runs.
Well, and you mentioned Haley McFarland struggled the last game. I mean, in the 2 conference games Huskies have played so far. McFarland's 1-7 in that conference play, 0-4 in her last game against Minnesota-Duluth, and she gets a nice gapper there between short and third to climb aboard early on in this one. But you mentioned Sydney Treese, 1-4 with a home run last game against UMD, and this is one of those power bats. We spoke to Mitch Roberts before the season started even, and he was very candid about the fact that, listen, we're going to swing for power this year, and players like Sydney Treese, Jasmine Estrada, and some of those big power bats we've known all of our careers here at St. Cloud State are finally getting the green light to swing for the fences, and it's proven a strong tactic here early on in the season.
Speaking of swinging for pitches, that's going to be a foul ball, and it's going to even the count at 2-2 for Sydney Treese. Runner on first in the form of Haley McFarland, 1-0 early here in the Husky Dome in favor of the UMary Marauders, as that's going to be a ball outside, evens the count, or moves the count to 4, I should say, 3-2 with one away, as Sydney Treese now steps back into the box with a chance to maybe get the Huskies back aboard. And payoff pitch, this is hit into right field, and it's trailing foul, and it will land foul, so it'll remain a 3-2 count for the Huskies. And we are currently in the bottom of the first inning, 1-0 for the UMary Marauders, but that is only in one inning of work so far. As Amari Evans sets and delivers, the pitch is going to be whipped into center field, and it'll be caught by Dome. And now 2 away, as Dome has made it both out so far.
And it looked like it had the potential to be a nice gapper right up the middle by Sydney Treese, and maybe just a little too much pop into it. Hung for quite a while and long enough for the center fielder in DeYoung to run up and make the grab. You mentioned her second put out of the afternoon. And she's had to work out there in center, but again, it's what we talked about. That's what Mitch Roberts wants to see out of his club. You want to make those outfielders work for the putouts, and you want to try and find some space out there. Whether they're playing shallow or deep, you're going to swing the bat either way, and a big part of that is Jasmine Estrada, who's up to bat now.
Big swing and a miss by Jasmine Estrada. Last series, well, she was seeing the ball and seeing it well. 7 for 8 in those 2 games. She had 3 RBIs, all of them coming on a left field shot that put the Huskies up 5-2. As she grounds this one up the middle, it's going to be fielded by the shortstop. She's going to tag first, and that'll end it for the Huskies. So they get a runner on, but can't push her across. So on one hit, 1 remains here as we go to the top of the second inning. 1-0 Mary.
Are you looking for where to find live Huskies women's soccer? Then the KBSC Sports Stream is the place for you.
Marion is there, and she scores! Majewski placed it in front of the net, and Hannah Marion's got the winner in overtime.
Tune in all season long as the Huskies battle for a spot in the NSIC playoffs.
From Sally Nelson pushing this one forward. Long run from Marion. Marion into the box with the right foot, and she scores!
Welcome back to the Husky Dome as the Huskies take the field for the second time. It's still 1-0 as due up for the UMary Marauders. It's going to be the 5, 6, 7 batters, and Ritz, McClure, and Reinhardt. First baseman, the designated player, and the right fielder. First pitch to Ritz is going to be in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Thompson Thompson made efficient work of these Marauders in that first half of the inning, just threw 15 pitches. She'll look to do just exactly that again here. I mean, she gave up the one run. It was a sac bunt and a throwing error. Just a tough turn of events there if you're St. Cloud State, but you've got to imagine an NSIC team with 20 losses against just their 2 wins in the Marauders. You've got to imagine they may not go down easy, but if St. Cloud can get to their game quickly, it should be an easy dispatch for the Huskies here today.
As Reds lines this one, and on the ground, right past Raven then and Langenberg and Haley McFarland on the left side of the field, and already 1 on for the UMary Marauders as they pick up where they left off. They had 1 hit in the first inning, and that was their leadoff hitter in Dome, and she came around to score. Now up to bat, it'll be McClure, the designated player. She'll step into the right-handed batter's box for the Marauders. McClure on the season, maybe not the average she wants as she takes a strike on the outer half of the plate. She's right now batting 191, so 9 points below the Mendoza line, and well, she has a chance to maybe break out of that funk with a runner on first here with nobody out in the top of the second inning against the St. Cloud State Huskies.
You mentioned Brooke McClure, the transfer from Mid-Tennessee State. She's 2 for her last 7, which, I mean, you talked about it. Probably not the game, or not the game she wants to play. 2 for her last 7 across the last 3 games she's played. She's struggling at the plate, frankly, to see the ball, but a chance here to at least put something into the gap and advance the runner and maybe climb aboard and get that mojo going again early on in this season.
Takes ball high and away, and that evens the count at 1. A little bit of an extended break. Maybe make sure she's not bunting here. Steps back into the right-hand batter's box. Kylie Thompson winds in, delivers, and this is going to be a bunt that is going to be foul, and it's now 1-2, the count to the designated player for the UMary Marauders in Ritz. Or in McClure, I should say. McClure stepping back into the right-handed batter's box. 1-2 the count, and the payoff pitch is going to be fouled back, and we'll do it again. Kylie Thompson working ahead of McClure so far in this one. 1-2 the count to the designated player. The Marauders got their first baseman Ritz on already, and this is going to be fouled away, and it's going to remain a 1-2 count.
Just a good battle here by McClure, his 6th pitch of the at-bat. When we talked about that at the top of the inning, the efficiency of Kylie Thompson in that top of the first, I mean, gave up the 1 run but pitched efficiently, and it's certainly becoming the mindset, I think, of the Marauders here to take more pitches, foul more off. And
as this one's line foul down the third baseline, and that one almost had a little bit of trouble written on it, but it finds its way left of the foul line, and it will roll away harmlessly.
Yeah, just a little too early on it to shove that one just outside the field of play here on that left field line. McClure showing she can put some barrel on the baseball.
And the payoff pitch is going to be grounded foul right behind Sydney Trees as McClure just got just enough on that one to stay alive. 1-2 is going to remain the count as Brooke McClure is fighting against Kylie Thompson early in this one. Thompson winds, delivers, and that is going to be a hit by the pitch, and McClure is going to get on here after a lengthy at-bat. Maybe not the way Kylie Thompson envisioned her start going here early in this one with a runner on first and second, nobody down here in the top of the second inning.
Yeah, you look at the way that ball reacted there, Max, and it looked like it may have just caught the knob of McClure's bat, maybe caught a piece of her as well, as it kind of deflected straight down off the knob of the bat and kicked back towards Sydney Trees, the backstop, and home plate umpire steps up and awards the base to McClure, and now, as you mentioned, nobody out and 2 on here, and a chance for the Marauders to really take a chokehold on this game.
Yeah, sophomore Mackenzie Reinhardt steps into the right-handed batter's box, showing bunt, and that's going to be foul. So Reinhardt stepping into the box and stepping into today. She's batting .222. She's only appeared in 14 games, and this is only her 11th start of the year. But a chance to really leave a mark on this game early here in the second inning with runners on first and second, nobody down in the top of the second inning. 1-0 Marauders. And the pitch, that's going to be a strike on the outside part of the plate, and now Kylie Thompson has a chance to maybe find Reinhardt maybe get her swinging down in the dirt, maybe try and get a strikeout early, and that would really open things up, because then that would open up a double play. 0-2 pitch, Thompson to Trees, and the pitch. This is going to be lined up the middle, and it's going to get down for a hit. They're going to hold the runner at third, and the bases are going to be loaded for Lech coming up to bat for the Marauders, and now you got to start maybe breathing a little bit harder if you're the Huskies.
Yeah, a single right up the middle. You mentioned a good hold of Ritz there at third base. I thought the run was going to be in time if they tried to make a play at the plate, did St. Cloud State, and that outfield, as Pinkowski out in center was able to, eventually scoop it up and attempt to throw the ball back in. A mound visit here with Kylie Thompson as head coach Mitch Roberts comes out to give off his 2 cents, but you said it there, Max. I mean, you've got to figure at some point. Now at least the double play is in order, and you've got to respect the fact there's a runner 90 feet away, and you're already trailing by 1 in this ball game. So that 2-0 deficit we saw against Duluth, a team that it is usually pretty good. St. Cloud State, they saw they can erase 2-3-run deficits just like that at the drop of a hat or the swing of a bat, if you will. So not something to really worry about too much yet. But for Kylie Thompson, not the start you wanted. I mean, not that she's struggling with command, but these Marauders just have their eyes open, and they're choosing good pitches to hit, and they're making Kylie Thompson and the Huskies pay for it. And so now you've got a chance, if you're Lech, to step up with the bases loaded and see what you can do.
The catcher for the Marauders takes a look at ball 1 high and away. Bases loaded here for the Huskies, and coming into this one, Kylie Thompson, opponents were batting .295 off her, and I imagine that may be going up a little bit, but right now she's going to be facing the play as this one's lined into center field. It's going to be Pinkowski that gets under it. Everyone's going to move up 45 feet. The throw into second is going to be not in time, and the Marauders go up 2-0 over the Huskies. So a sac fly there by Lech moves everyone up 45, and then a productive out for the catcher for the U-Mary Marauders.
Just a sac fly out to center. It's the first out of the inning, and now that double play really becomes your best friend there, Max, as you've got the 9 spot and Aaron DeYoung up to bat.
As this one's lined, and it's going to get down for a hit. Another run's going to score. The throw into third, not in time. And McClure scores for the Marauders, and the Marauders extend their lead 3-0.
And there's DeYoung just, first pitch swinging, sends one out. And she'll drive McClure home. Now Reinhardt will advance to third. Runners on the corners, and still just the one out. Now the double play. I mean, it's still in effect. But at this point, the Marauders just have something else in their systems right now. They're seeing the ball well. They're hitting the ball well. And Kylie Thompson just can't seem to find that perfect pitch right now.
As she is going to get the sign from Trees. One out here in the top of the second inning, and the pitch, check swing, and that's going to be a strike on the leadoff batter for the Marauders in Dome. She's getting her second at-bat already today. Avery Dome earlier on came around to score after a first hit for the Marauders. Big swing and a miss there, and it's going to be an 0-2 count now to the Marauders left fielder. Steps into the left-handed batter's box, one of the few lefties the Marauders brought today. Wind up in the pitch from Thompson outside, ball 1.
Avery,
go ahead.
Well, Avery Dome, I was going to say, it didn't play last season for the Marauders. Picked up her first collegiate hit versus Newman at the Washburn Invite this year, and she's fared pretty well as the leadoff batter for the Marauders so far this year.
This one's going to trickle foul, and the Huskies will stay ahead in this one, or Kylie Thompson will, as it's going to remain a 1-2 count. The senior will step into the batter's box, runner on third and first, and the pitch, check swing, or no swing at it at all. Throw down to second is not in time, as DeYoung was stealing, and now that double play is erased, and the Huskies are going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with one out here in the top of the second inning.
Well, it's something they've struggled to do, frankly, throughout this ball game so far. And you mentioned the stolen base. That's the first of the season for Aaron DeYoung.
And this one's lined up the middle, and it's going to get down for a hit. Pinkowski's going to field it on a hop. Another one is going to score for the Marauders, and Reinhardt comes around to score on a dome single, and, well, they just keep it going here in the second inning, and the Huskies, at this point, you really got to start wondering what's going to happen, as Mitch Roberts is going to maybe make a change here, as he will. Trinity Junker is going to come in for the Huskies, and, well, that name should be familiar to all, as she is one of the top pitchers for not only the Huskies but the NSIC, coming into today's game now for the Huskies, and probably not in the way that you want, is she has got an ERA sub-2, 123, and a 6-4 win-loss record. And, well, right now, Jake, you're just kind of looking to get out of this inning with only the 3 runs coming across.
Well, and listen, I mean, you know, this may have been a matchup game here with Minot State coming to town tomorrow, a doubleheader. You and Ricky Clavercamp will have the call on for those 2 games right here from the Husky Dome. But that's a top team in the conference right now. Now, of course, that's a pretty graduous statement. It's only 2 games that you've played so far, most of these conference teams. So 2-0 makes you a top team in the conference. Small sample size, but Minot State, you've got to respect them as a top team right now. So you want to save that arm in Trinity Junker and let her go tomorrow, as you've got to play one of those top teams. And certainly not a similar case here for the UMary Marauders. They're a bottom team, frankly, right now in the NSIC. And again, take it with a grain of salt. We're 2 games into the season, but at the end of the day, Trinity Junker, maybe not an arm you wanted to use, but you mentioned, I mean, she's just put it together this season, got a 6-4 record. That ERA looking real nice at 1.23 on the season.
The throw down to second is going to be held by Sydney Trees, as coming up to bat for the UMary Marauders is the shortstop Kaylee Conagizer, as she is 0 for 0 so far, has not recorded an official at-bat, had a sac bunt that eventually brought Dome around to score in the first inning. And the pitch, swing and a miss, and that is going to even the count at 1. And Trinity Junker, she's been really doing well, mixing locations, but also mixing speeds. Did a lot of that in that UMD start. And the pitch is going to be just a blooper to Trinity Junker. The throw on to first in time. And it's going to be 2 away for the Marauders, as that's maybe the much-needed second out.
Now you mentioned it, much-needed second out, and score at 1-3 on the put-out. The comebacker just dribbled up the ground back to Junker, and she'll fire across the diamond to Fitzgerald to make that play. And now still 2 on, both in scoring position, but now 2 outs, and now really any ball in play is fair game to end this inning.
Yeah, now stepping into the right-handed batter's box, the third baseman, Sarah Perez, the only strikeout victim of Kylie Thompson today, and the only one that she'll get of today, as Trinity Junker steps on the mound for her second batter she'll face. Trinity is going to come in for Thompson, who only goes 1 1/3 inning, and that's not the way you wanted to start this one out, as the 1-0 pitch is going to be high, but it's going to be a big swing and a miss by Perez, and it's going to be an even count at 1 heading into that third pitch. And Perez struck out looking early on in this one, and as mentioned, that was Kylie Thompson. But right now the Marauders on top, 4-0 on the back of a 3-run second inning, and they're trying to extend it while the Huskies are trying to end at what is an early nightmare, as this is going to be a ball, and it's now a 2-1 count to the third baseman. Huskies just trying to get out of this inning and get back to the batter's box. Trying not to have UMary bat around here in the second inning, as this one's going to be lined foul, and it's a 2-2 count now with 2 away and 2 on. Dome on second, DeYoung on third for the Marauders. 2 down here in the top of the second inning. 4-0 is your score from the Husky Dome. Max Steigoff alongside Jake Padell, as we'll bring you both games of this doubleheader, as Junker gets the sign and delivers, and this is going to be fouled away. And the third baseman for the Marauders is going to stay alive, kind of like the Bee Gees.
That didn't take you long, Max.
No, it did not.
Did not take you long. Appreciate it, though. Yeah, listen, it's got to be a little lighthearted here. Yeah, Huskies, as you mentioned, not the start they wanted. Down 4-0 here in just the top of the second, and it went down pretty easily there.
Payoff pitch is going to be grounded to Haley McFarland. Throw on to first in time, and the Huskies retire the Marauders. And I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we'll hear from you and all of your wonderful insights coming up in the bottom of the second inning here on the KVSE Sports Stream.
Checking out our sexy mugs is just one of many reasons to visit 975radiox.com. You can find links to our Facebook, Twitter, and TuneIn radio pages there. Or you can find out when and where to go to find Radio X artists playing live in our area. Learn more about where your favorite bands are now, or just stream Radio X, soaking it in and reminiscing about a time when greasy-haired musicians dressed in flannel ruled the airwaves. All this and more at 975radiox.com.
Welcome back to the Husky Dome, and now the Huskies are coming back to bat, and they find themselves down 4-0, as now up for the Huskies is going to be Weinberger, Fitzgerald, and Pinkowski. They got one hit in that first inning, and that was McFarland, but other than that, kind of a silent first inning for the Huskies as the right fielder Haley Weinberger steps up to bat, trying to maybe chip into that Mary lead. On the other end, it's going to be Amari Evans trying to keep this game scoreless for the Huskies. She's going to start her off with a ball outside and low for ball one. Weinberger, so far this season, doing what she can as she's batting .283 as she hits this one down the first baseline foul. Weinberger so far has appeared in 19 games, all of them she started. Has 1 home run, 6 doubles, and 7 RBIs so far to her name. And that slugging percentage sitting at .433. 1-1 pitch to her is going to be lined into right field. This is going to be caught by the right fielder for the Mary Marauders in Reinhardt, and well, that is a big first out for the Marauders and gets their feet under them here in the second inning.
Well, and a sliding grab out there by Reinhardt, and a great play as that one had just enough juice on it to maybe find some outfield grass, but Reinhardt read it well, able to just, get a good hop on it. That's what I'm trying to spit out, and robs Weinberger of a hit out to right field.
First pitch to the first baseman, Fitzgerald. Is going to be a strike on the outer half of the plate, but so far, the Huskies trying to get into this one. Mary came to play.
Indeed, up 4-0 here and silencing St. Cloud State's offense.
The pitch, that's going to be low for ball one. Evens the count at 1.
And we talked about, Amari Evans and her struggle to the year so far this season. And it's something that we thought the Huskies would capitalize on. And so far, they've not been able to do it. And in fact, quite the opposite, actually, where the Marauders have stepped out and shown St. Cloud State that, hey, we're 0-2 in the conference, but maybe we just had 2 bad games. And it's interesting because they're 2-20 on the season. This is not a team that maybe is having a bad conference start and is a meddling team, overall with the record. The record certainly states that St. Cloud's got the advantage in this matchup, and the Marauders have put all those thoughts to bed.
As this is going to be a ball inside, and it's now a 3-1 count to Fitzgerald, the first baseman for the Huskies. Currently on the year, Fitzgerald batting .304. She started 19 games, appeared in 22, and the pitch is going to be fouled away, and that's going to move the count to full. After Fitzgerald, it will be Alexandra Pinkowski, and well, Pinkowski, as well as I imagine Mitch Roberts as well, would be really happy to see their first baseman, Maggie Fitzgerald, on first after this. The 3-2 payoff pitch, this could be grounded to short. Connor Gieser throw on to first, and it's going to be 2 away, so 2 up, 2 down so far for the Huskies here in the second inning.
Just a ground ball, the shortstop, the classic 6-3 put out, and just like that, 2 down in the inning here, and again, for St. Cloud State, you got to find something. You got to put something through the gap here, put some pop into a ball, and find some outfield grass. The at-bats have been good. They're forcing counts. They're making Amari Evans throw the softball, but just no luck offensively yet.
as that is going to be a ball inside and really close to Alexandra Pinkowski as she steps into the box today, batting .222. She's got 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and 8 RBIs so far this season. As the second pitch to her, it's going to be outside for ball 2. Or no, it's going to be a late strike call, actually. So it's going to even the count at 1-1. If Pinkowski were to extend the inning, the second baseman Pick, making the start today at second, would come up to bat as that's going to be a ball away, and it's now 2-1, the count to the center fielder for the Huskies. So far, the Huskies only 1 hit through almost 2 innings, and that came off the bat of Haley McFarland in the first inning. The pitch is going to be grounded towards the third baseline, and it's going to be foul. So now a 2-2 count to the center fielder. As you mentioned, you know, looks like if you were looking at this game coming into today, Jake, you were expecting maybe a different score than you're getting right now. Maybe the complete opposite with Amari Evans and the ERA, but looks like she has really stepped up as this is going to be a ball high, and it's once again going to be a full count to a Husky hitter. Maybe this is going to be a big walk maybe for the Huskies where they can maybe start working the pitcher, maybe start working Evans and get some runners on. The payoff pitch is going to be grounded to past the third baseman Perez and into left field. Dome will get on it, and well, the Huskies get their second hit of the game, and it comes off the bat of Alexandra Pinkowski, and now it's going to be Pick coming up to bat for the Huskies.
Well, and Pinkowski 0 for 3 in her last game against Duluth. She had a stretch of 0 for 6 in the 3 games before that, and so kind of breaking out of that and finding some grass now and finding some bases as well. And I mean, you said it, maybe that's a big walk, or in this case, a big single, you know, out to left center, and now a chance for St. Cloud to shut this deficit, I mean, or cut it right in half, essentially, if they can get one big swing from Maddie Pick.
Maddie Pick making her first ever start today, as she's appeared in 11 games, but most of that is pinch running as she takes ball 2 on the outside. So this is our first ever at bat for the Huskies this season. Last year she appeared in 17 games. She started 1 game as a catcher, posted a .296 batting average, as that's going to be a ball inside. The throw down to second is going to be not in time, and it's actually going to get away from the shortstop, Connor Gieser. So now the runner is on second after Pinkowski took off and stole second, and now Pick with a runner in scoring position, and she's ahead 2-1 in the count after that ball was actually called a strike.
7 for 7 stolen bases and attempts for Pinkowski now, as she took a pretty good charge there toward third. Looking like she might try and steal another 45 here from the Husky Dome.
As this is going to be another ball, and it's now a 3-1 count for the Huskies' second baseman. The pitch is going to be grounded foul, and now it's going to be a full count once again. And like we mentioned, if you can maybe get a walk, that's going to be maybe just even better than getting a hit right now. You're just kind of starving for base runners here early in this one as you're down 4-0 to the UMary Marauders. The 3-2 payoff pitch, and that's going to be fouled away and almost hits one of the head table's computers, but it'll be safe for now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Huskies currently threatening to get their first run as Pinkowski recently stole second base. Pick to bat, and she's going to ground this one fair. No, foul down the third base line, and she'll do it again. 3-2, the count remains. And Jake, like we said, these little battles, they mean a lot in the overall stretch of this game, and they're really adding up to UMary right now in this part of the game, and hopefully it can change.
Oh, and listen, third straight full count you've battled for if you're St. Cloud State.
Fouled, or hits the top of the Husky Dome, and that's going to land foul. That's going to bring up that nice rule, and I don't know if you want to take that rule, or maybe I'll take it, I guess. If it's in fair play as it hits the top of the dome and then it lands, well, then it's a foul ball. But if someone catches it, it's an out, as this one's lined foul down the third base line, and she put a little bit of a charge in that one. But if it were to hit the dome and it would be in foul, well, then it's just going to be a foul ball. But count still remains to Maddie Pick, 3-2. The Huskies have a runner on second base with Alexandra Pinkowski. The payoff pitch, that's going to be grounded down the third base line. Guess what? Foul. Count is going to remain 3-2. 4-0 is your score here in the bottom of the second inning. Mary tagged Kylie Thompson for 3 runs in that second inning, and they got 1 in the first, and that's how the scoring has led up to right now. 3-2 payoff pitch. This is going to be, once again, hits the top, and it is going to be a foul ball as it lands harmlessly in between the shortstop, Conagizer, and Perez.
Yeah, Perez looked like she was trying to call Conagizer off of it, and both of them just tried to charge it down, make the grab. Neither one could, and it fell right in between them. But what an at-bat Maddie Pick's putting together here.
Grounds this one up to Amari Evans to throw on to first in time, and the Huskies' threat is erased on a 1-3 putout. Huskies do get a chance to maybe push one across, but they can't quite do it as we go to the top of the third inning, as the Huskies are trailing the UMary Marauders 4-0 on the KVSE Sports Stream.
Oh, my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
Top of the third inning, about to get underway here in the Husky Dome, and the only batter not to come up for the Marauders is about to step up to the plate. The only batter that didn't get an at-bat in that second inning, the second baseman Berube, as she is showing bunt early and takes ball low from Trinity Junker, who is now getting underway in her first full inning of work after she came in for Kylie Thompson in the middle of the second inning.
And came in and only had to throw about 6 pitches in relief of Kylie Thompson to get out of the inning.
So this one's fouled away, and it's going to even the count at 1. But as you were saying,
I mean, you know, it would close the book here officially on Kylie Thompson, and a rough afternoon for Kylie. I mean, only 1 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 5 hits, and just the 1 strikeout. She pulled it looking. It was a pitch away from the batters, so not the start Kylie Thompson wanted, certainly, as she finds herself out of the ballgame.
This is going to eat up Haley McFarland. The throw on to first is going to be in time. Good throw. A lot of mustard on that one. And the Huskies have 1 up, 1 down early in the third inning. And if you're the Huskies, you really need a 1-2-3 inning and get back to your bats right now, don't you, Jake?
Well, I mean, you certainly do. And you mentioned it. Berube up there just hacks one down the left field line, and McFarland's there, squares it up like a goaltender, gets the legs down, and it just eats her alive. One hops her, but she's able to just swat it down in front of her, fire across the diamond to Fitzgerald in time for the out. And yeah, I mean, you said it best. 1-2-3 here, pivotal, necessary. You have to do it if you're St. Cloud State. I mean, you got to get back to the bottom of the inning. You've got to get the bats going here. You've got to find a hole in whatever Amari Evans is offering up in this ball game, and you got to capitalize on it, because St. Cloud State, I mean, if you let this game get any more away from you, it's going to be tough to come back in this one.
And that's going to be a ball away. Evens the count at 1-1 to the right-handed batting first baseman, Devin Ritz, and the pitch is going to be a strike on the outside part of the plate, and it's a 1-2 count now to the first baseman. She came around to score early on in this one. She's 1 for 1 so far with the single. The 1-2 pitch is going to be popped up, hits the top of the Husky Dome, and it was in fair play, but it will land foul, and it's going to remain a 1-2 count. After Ritz, it will be McClure, the designated player who was hit by Kylie Thompson pitch and later came around to score, as Trinity Junker gets a sign from Sydney Trees, winds in, delivers, and this is going to be popped up into shallow center field, and it's going to be played by Raven Vanden Langenberg, and another quick out for the Huskies, as there are 2 up Marauder-wise and 2 down.
Yeah, it was just a chopper, kind of flew up high up towards center. Looked like the batter got under it and just essentially punted it right up into the Teflon, and it fell in the glove of Vanden Langenberg, we talked about that Teflon rule, and it's just one of those oddities here at the Husky Dome. One of those things it's more of a venue type thing, and I'm sure, you and I think I can say this for sure, just can't wait to get back out to Selke Field and play some softball outside in the weather here. But early April, 45-ish outside right now, maybe just a little too. And there was some snow in the forecast for this morning last night, so you make the change of location. We were scheduled to play at Selke here this opening weekend of April, but back here at the Husky Dome just to be safe. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to get back out to the field.
So the 0-1 pitch after that one landed foul, and it's going to be a strike right down the heart of the plate. Trinity Junker pulls a string on that one, and it's an 0-2 count to the designated player, McClure.
What a breaker that pitch was. It just fooled the batter, just froze McClure and fell right down the heart of the plate.
So the 0-2 payoff pitch from Junker is big swing and a miss, and the Marauders go down 1-2-3 this inning, and that is exactly what the Huskies needed. The Huskies will now be coming up to bat. It'll be Brooke Boland, Raven Vanden Langenberg, and then back to the top of the order with Haley McFarland here on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Walker shoots bar down, Nolan Walker. He's got two now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His three is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
Welcome back to the Husky Dome. Amari Evans will continue to pitch for the UMary Marauders, and she has currently been untouched, pitching a shutout in this one. Brooke Boland, though, hoping to have a say in that as she steps in for her first at-bat of this one. Currently not the season maybe she wants, but right now that doesn't really matter. If she can get on base, everything is kind of forgiven. Big swing and a miss to start her off, and it's an 0-1 count to Brooke Boland. Right now, so far for Brooke Boland, she's batting .206. Not really exactly where she wants to be if you were to ask her, but she takes a ball on the outer half of the plate, but she is good batter, and she's going to turn it around quickly, and we kind of saw the start of that in UMD in that series.
Well, and listen, Brooke Boland, uses her speed. Doesn't need to hit the ball hard, just needs to get it in place so she can climb aboard on base.
Just like that, as she grounds it right to the shortstop, Connor Geezer, and she gets on base, and she's kind of like a little Byron Buxton almost. All you need is it to be a slow hopper into the infield. She'll get on, and now you got a speedster on first after a leadoff single, and that is exactly what the Huskies needed to kind of get some life into this team, as Raven Vanden Langenberg, who flew out to start the game for the Huskies, steps in for her second at bat. The pitch is going to be in for a strike, and the throw down to second, there was never even a question about it, as Brooke Boland slides into second safely, and now the Huskies have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning.
And listen, Brooke Boland manufactures offense, and it's exactly like this. She climbs aboard on anything she can, and then she just darts across the base paths. She's on second right now. First pitch, she stole a bag. I'd be watching for her to steal third here as quick as she can.
And the pitch is going to be lined foul down the third base line. Puts the count in an 0-2 count now for the shortstop for Raven Vanden Langenberg. As stepping into this one, she's batting .280, has 4 doubles, 4 home runs, 12 RBIs. Looking for maybe number 13 with Brooke Boland on second base. 0-2 pitch. Amari Evans starts away and it ends away, and it's now 1-2 count to the Huskies shortstop. On deck for the Huskies, the only other hit of the game, as this is going to be grounded down the third baseline. The throw from Perez is going to be late, and the Huskies are now going to have 2 on with nobody out, and Haley McFarland coming up to bat. And 2 straight singles and a stolen base thrown in there for good measures, and now you got runners at the corners, nobody out in the bottom of the third.
Well, and listen, that was just the chopper by Vanden Langenberg, and coming in to play it, was the third baseman in Perez, and she hiccuped on it. She had a runner coming towards third, and she was focused on Bolin, and immediately her gut reaction, her body language showed she was going to throw it to second. There's nobody running for second. There was nobody home covering the bag, and so just that one hesitation, that little hiccup, allowed Vanden Langenberg the speed to climb aboard first base safe. And now, as you mentioned, you've got runners on the corners now, nobody out. And listen, I mean, the power bats are coming up. You got McFarland, Trees, and Estrada up to bat, nobody out. If you can keep double plays out of the question, it's most likely all three of those ladies will bat in this game. And I mean, this is where you can really do some damage if you're St. Cloud State.
As this is going to be a strike, and the throw down to second is just going to be cut off by Amari Evans. And, well, now you've got Raven Vanden Langenberg on second, and you've got Brooke Bolin on third, and up to the plate you got Haley McFarland, who's slugging at a .606 range. Big swing and a miss, and it's now 0-2, but this is one of those big bats in the lineup for the Huskies. McFarland batting .352 so far this year. She's got 4 home runs. She's got 12 RBIs, and the pitch from Amari Evans is going to be outside, and that's going to be a ball. So 1-2 the count now to the third baseman for the Huskies. McFarland steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Mari sets and delivers. It's going to be low and away. Ball 2 evens the count at 2 with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. 4-0 is our score in favor of the UMary Marauders, but don't get too down just yet. The Huskies are threatening with runners on second and third. Nobody out in the bottom of the third. The pitch that's going to hit Haley McFarland and load the bases. And just like that, this game is maybe turning around for the Huskies.
That one just came in on the hands of McFarland. She executed the swing and tried to turn in on that one. It looked like the same hit by pitch that was issued to the Marauders back in the second inning to Brooke McClure, as it just kind of caught the knob in the hands combined, and McFarland will easily take her bag. And now, as you mentioned, I mean, Sydney Trees and Jasmine Estrada, 2 chances to tie this ball game up.
And Sydney Trees lines up in that right-handed batter's box. That's going to be lined to Perez. The throw home is in time, and the throw to first not in time, so the bases remain loaded, but they get the lead runner in Brooke Bolin. So a fielder's choice for Sydney Trees, but keeps the pressure on.
A fielder's choice and a 5-2 as it was grounded to the third baseman in Perez, and she turned and fired to Leitch to grab the lead man and keep the Huskies off the scoreboard. A savvy play by the third baseman to throw home instead of across the diamond. The double play, just not enough speed to catch the runner going to first, and Huskies still have a chance to do some damage here with the big power bat Jasmine Estrada coming up.
It takes ball low and away for ball 1. Jasmine Estrada coming into this one, .382 the batting average, and she's got 6 RBIs, but a chance to really add to that number, as that's going to be a ball low for ball 2. And now you've really fallen behind to Jasmine Estrada, and if you give her anything to hit that she has any idea that's coming, well, you can kiss it goodbye.
Bye-bye birdie indeed. Hitters count here for Estrada. We'll see how Amari Evans fares through this. We talked about her ERA, and maybe she just had a good start to the ball game.
2-0, and the pitch is going to be grounded to the third baseman, Perez. The throw back to home in time. The throw to first is not even going to happen. Bases remain loaded, and another fielder's choice as Jasmine Estrada gets on. Bases loaded, but the Huskies are now down to their final out with the right fielder Haley Weinberger stepping into the left-handed batter's box for the St. Cloud State Huskies.
Listen, Sydney Trees comes up to bat, and she grounds into a fielder's choice in 5-2 the play. And how about copy-paste on Jasmine Estrada? The exact same play, just a chopper up the infield. And the next thing you know, I mean, inning's kind of been turned on its head. First 3 get on, the next 2 get out, and now you got to put all of your cards in the pocket of Holly Weinberger.
As first pitch was a strike, and now this one is going to hit the top of the Husky roof, and it's going to be a foul ball. So 0-2 the count to Weinberger. She steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Bases loaded, 4-0. That's high, ball 1. Steps back in, 1-2 the count. Runners on all of them right now as she lines this one to the second baseman. Throw on to first in time, and the Huskies get the first 3 on, but they cannot find a way to push any across as they go down 1-2-3 after getting the bases loaded. And the score remains 4-0 here in the Husky Dome. More coming up on the KVSC Sports Stream after this.
Oh, my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
Coming up to bat for the Marauders, it's going to be the 7-8-9 as Mackenzie Reinhardt, the first baseman, steps into the batter's box. She's currently 1 for 1 so far today as, well, the Huskies now, I mean, that was a little bit of a disappointing inning as they got the bases loaded, just couldn't quite push across a run. And they are being held scoreless through this one as Trinity Junker comes in for her second full inning. This is going to be a bunt to Junker. The throw on to first is going to be offline. And one up, one on already for the Marauders.
Yeah, she was showing bunts. It was Reinhardt to climb aboard there, and unfortunately the comebacker just made it right to Junker, and Junker tried to fire to Fitzgerald, and the throw just kind of ate Fitzgerald alive at first. I mean, the play was certainly in time to be made, but rule that as an infield hit as Fitzgerald couldn't hold on to the throw from Junker, and now you've got to run it on early and no one out. I mean, this is kind of the theme of the game so far for St. Cloud State, or at least how it's gone.
And this is going to be a foul ball, but caught by Maggie Fitzgerald, so that's a big one pitch, one out as Lech is retired, and now coming up is going to be the ninth batter in the lineup for the Marauders, and Erin DeYoung. DeYoung so far, she is 1 for 1. She got all the way to third base in the second inning as this one's popped up and almost lands on your computer. But luckily it was maybe about 2 inches short. So now I imagine you want to see DeYoung strike out after that.
Well, listen,
maybe a personal vendetta.
Listen, I'm just going to put it out there, and this happens a lot here at the Dome. But, you know, if she strikes out, if she doesn't, that's fine. I'd rather see the Huskies put up a grand slam in the next one and tie this thing up. I mean, you know,
that is a ball away.
Payback is ice cold. You know, I'd love to see it in a way that's really going to help Huskies get back in this ball game. I mean, however it comes, I'll take it.
As the 1-1 count here as Junker is dealing. Second full inning came in late in the second inning, and now she's dealing here in the fourth as this one's popped away and into the Marauders dugout, and it's a 1-2 count now to the third batter in this inning for the Marauders. Runner on first in the form of the right fielder Reinhardt got on via the air as the throw to Maggie Fitzgerald was just a bit offline. So the 1-2 payoff pitch from Trinity Junker is going to be grounded to Raven Vanden Langenberg. The throw is going to be held up, and now you got runners on first and second with one away after an infield hit there by DeYoung. That brings us back to the top of the order with the left fielder Dome. And now we get a couple more balls as we set back up here in the top of the fourth inning. 4-0 is your score. Marion Marauders scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second, and that has been all the scoring up to this one. Trinity Junker winds, delivers, and that's ball high and away. So now it's going to be a 1-0 count for Avery Dome. Dome so far today, 2 for 2, 2 singles. She also has an RBI to her name. If the inning were to continue, as this one's popped up foul, but if the Huskies weren't going to get this double play and the inning were to continue, Kaylee Conagizer would be coming up next for the Marauders. But first, you got to deal with Avery Dome. Runner on first in DeYoung, runner on second in Reinhardt. One away here in the bottom of the top of the fourth inning, 4-0. UMary. The throw from Junker is going to be low and inside for ball 2, so it's now a 2-1 count.
And Dome's been a tough out for St. Cloud State this afternoon, 2 for 2. She's got 2 singles and an RBI to her name, and tack on a stolen base as well. So she's had a good game so far as the leadoff runner for the Marauders, and with 2 on, she's looking to do some damage here against St. Cloud State.
Big swing and a miss as Trinity Junker pulls a string on that one, and it's going to even the count at 2 with 2 on and 1 away in the top of the fourth inning. But that's where Trinity Junker pulling the string and changing speeds with changing locations has really helped her so far this year. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Trinity Junker, and a big one as that is the second out of the inning. So now any ball in the infield could be grounds to end the inning as Kaylee Conagizer comes up to bat. She is 0 for 1. She had a sac bunt that had Avery Dome come around to score on in the first inning, and then in the second she grounded out to the pitcher as this is going to be fouled back for strike 1. But one of the few UMary hitters that hasn't gotten on base yet in this game. Already 0-1 after that foul ball. Junker gets the sign from Sydney Trees. She's going to set belt high, swings and delivers, and that's going to be fouled back, and another strike to the shortstop, and now she's in the hole 0-2. Trinity Junker working very efficiently and getting out ahead of counts, and so far that has really been her MO as she's kind of calmed the Huskies down. And the payoff pitch, strike 3 looking, and the Huskies retire the Marauder threat here in the fourth inning. 2 straight strikeouts for Trinity Junker, and she now sits at 3 on the day. We have more coming your way on the KVSE Sports Stream.
Are you looking for where to find live Huskies women's soccer? Then the KVSE Sports Stream is the place for you.
Marion is there, and she scores! Majewski placed it in front of the net, and Hannah Marion's got the winner in overtime.
Tune in all season long as the Huskies battle for a spot in the NSIC playoffs.
From Sally Nelson pushing this one forward. Long run from Marion. Marion into the box with the right foot, and she scores!
And Mari Evans once again back out there for the UMary Marauders as Maggie Fitzgerald, the number 6 batter, steps up for the Huskies. It'll be 6, 7, 8 due up here for the Huskies. The only 3 that did not get a chance to swing the bat last inning. The Huskies brought up 6, and they had the bases loaded, but they couldn't quite get a run across. And that is one of the reasons they have been held scoreless in this one so far, as Amari Evans starts off the fourth inning with a ball on the outside part of the plate for ball 1 to the Huskies' first baseman. Maggie Fitzgerald so far today, 0 for 1. Grounded out to the shortstop, and as this one's going to be ripped down the third base line for a foul, and it's now an even count at 1-1. Huskies now almost midway through this game, and they've been held scoreless. They're looking to get that first run of the game and maybe a couple more as they're trailing UMary 4-0. Bottom of the fourth inning, and the pitch that's going to be grounded to the third baseman Perez. The throw on to first is going to be in time for out number 1, so 5-3 to put down the Huskies' first baseman. And now coming up, it'll be Alexandra Pinkowski, who had a hit in her first at-bat, eventually stole second, but that's where she would be stranded in the second inning. Her second chance to maybe get another hit for the Huskies and maybe get this inning rolling here as the Huskies once again trailing 4-0. That's going to be a ball on the outer half of the plate to start off the Huskies center fielder, and it's 1-0. after one pitch.
Well, and that's been the issue here, Max. I mean, run support has frankly been the problem, and it's one of those where the Huskies not necessarily struggling to get on base here, but struggling to put that runner over home and deposit some runs in the game, and it's clearly a slow burn offense, at least in game one here for St. Cloud State, but you're running out of time. Frankly, about half the game is gone here, and you're down 4-0. Now, some late game antics, we love to see that. You're the home team, so you will get all 7 attempts to hit the baseball, but this is one of those where, you got to see something here early on before you start to wonder if maybe we don't just put this one in the books and go try to split the series here later this afternoon.
As that is going to be a ball inside, and after a foul ball, it's going to make the count 2-1 to Alexandra Pinkowski. And the pitch is lined into left field. That's going to get down for a hit, and it's going to get past the left fielder, Dome. On to second is Pinkowski. And all of a sudden, the Huskies have another runner in scoring position, but can they do anything with it, Jake?
Well, and listen, that's the first extra base hit of the ballgame for St. Cloud State. Plenty of singles, plenty of stolen bags, and hit by pitch. No walks yet for St. Cloud State, but that is the first extra bagger. As you mentioned, Pinkowski just drives one out to left, and it does find grass and get in behind Dome out there, Avery Dome, in left field. So, you would hope that this is where things start to change. This is what Mitch Roberts has been preaching all year. We need extra base hits, and when we can get those going, and listen, this is that difference, is that when you hit singles, you've got to steal 2 bags to get to third. But now, one stolen base, you've got a runner 45 feet from the plate, and that makes things pretty easy with just one out right now. As long as you can keep the ball past the infield, maybe and just shallow the outfield, or God forbid even out of the yard at this point in the ball game. If you can be selective with the pitches you want to drive right now, this is a good position for St. Cloud State.
First 2 pitches to Maddie Pick were balls, and the third one is going to be a strike on the outer half of the plate. 2-1 now the count to the Huskies second baseman. She is currently 0 for 1. She grounded out to the pitcher in the second inning, actually to end the second inning, as she fouls this one away. Had a little bit of a drive in that one, but it's going to fall foul, and it's going to even the count at 2 here with 1 away in the bottom of the 4th inning. After Maddie Pick, it'll be Brooke Bolin, and then back to the top of the order for the Huskies.
When you talk about just a charge, a spark plug type player, Brooke Boland's the one that started that bases loaded rally that the Huskies tried to put together in the bottom of the 3rd. So you have to imagine if Maddie Pick can stay alive here and give Brooke Boland a shot with just the 1 out, you could see something here from St. Cloud State in terms of an offensive rally.
So a ball and then a foul ball, and the count is now 3-2 to Maddie Pick. And once again, a Husky in a full count situation. They've been doing well so later on in this one, as they've gotten a couple walks out of it, as this one's going to be grounded to the shortstop, Kana Gieser, and the throw on to first is going to be in time. So Maddie Pick is retired, and now the Huskies have 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And the ground ball is something that's plagued St. Cloud State, frankly, all ball game. And they're just rolling over on every pitch they seem to make contact with, and that distributes it just to that left side of the infield. And the next thing you know, it's an easy 5-3 or 6-3 in your scorebook at home. So it's been a tough play, as the left side of the infield has plagued St. Cloud State, but it seems like they just can't seem to get anything up into the air. It's been a lot of ground ball contact off the arm of Amari Evans here, who's, frankly, she's fared well. She's in the mid-70s in her pitch count. She's thrown 4 innings so far, and she, frankly, has looked dazzling for someone who comes into this with an ERA above 10.
As this one's going to be grounded up the middle, and that's going to get through the infield for an out or for a hit, and now one's going to score, and Bolin is going to go into third with a throwing error, and it looks like they're going to tell her to come in for a score, as this one went through the backstop, and it's going to be maybe a little bit of a meeting between the umpires here, but at least one has come around to score for the Huskies, and Alexandra Pinkowski, and maybe that's the start they needed to get this Huskies team underway. But it looks like they're going to leave Bolin at third, and now it's going to be the top of the order with Raven Vanden Langenberg. And, well, this is going to be kind of where the rubber meets the road. 2 outs here, runner on third. The Huskies have now gotten their first run here in the bottom of the 4th and threatening with another one on third. The pitch is going to be in there for a strike on the outer part of the plate, and it's now 0-1 the count to the leadoff hitter for the Huskies. Number 1 hitter so far today is 1 for 2 with a single in the 3rd inning. And the pitch, that's a high ball for ball 1. It's now 1-1 the count. Raven Vanden Langenberg, one of the better hitters on this Huskies team, as we're going to take a break with some of the infielders going to have a chat with their pitcher, Amari Evans. But so far this year, Raven Van and Langenberg batting .280, and that's one of the top on this team. And well, this team has really done well offensively, and this is kind of one of those games where it's kind of an anomaly. They haven't scored until just now here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and they're threatening to maybe cut the lead in half here with Van den Langenberg at the plate. That's a ball outside, and it's now a 2-1 count to the Huskies shortstop, and runner on third in the form of Brooke Bolin. That's always going to maybe give you a little bit of a shudder if you're on defense. The 2-1 pitch outside, ball 2. Or ball 3, I should say, and now it's a 3-1 hitters count to the leadoff batter in the Huskies.
Well, and frankly, this might be the mindset of let's give her a hitter's count so she'll swing the bat and maybe.
And this one's lined into left field. This has a chance. See ya! And it's a 3-4 ball game in favor of the Huskies. And just like that, Jake, it is now a 1-run game. And we talked to Mitch Roberts earlier on today, and he mentioned how he wanted to get the slugging percentage up, and we'll actually bring you that interview later on as a pregame for Game 2. But he mentioned how he wants to keep this team in charge of, when it comes to slugging and getting those doubles and homers and triples, and just like that, that's what he wants, and it pays off for them here as it's a 4-3 game.
Well, and listen, Van den Langenberg, making some great pitch selection there, holding back on the ones away from the plate, drew a 3-1 count, and able to absolutely tag one out to left center field, and just a nice solid drive. You brought up the comments from Mitch Roberts early on in the season. He said, listen, I think you'll find we're going to hit more for power this year. And you said it best, really just extra base hits, all he's meaning by that. Yeah, he said the doubles are the goal. Doubles are the goal for this team. If you can steal a third bag, great. If you can knock one over the fence, you'll get an extra high five as you cross home plate. But really, it's the power. This team has the ability to hit for power, and we saw a lot of small ball when Paula was here, and Coach Uren was, in her long tenure, we saw a lot of bunts and stolen bases, and Mitch Roberts wants to open things up a little, and his team certainly showing they can do it. As you mentioned, the leadoff hitter in Van den Langenberg skying one out, and just like that, it's a 1-run ball game here from the Husky Dome. I would not leave yet. This one's far from over.
And after 4 pitches, 3 of them are going to be balls to lead off this at bat for Haley McFarland. McFarland today 1 for 1, and the 3-1 pitch is going to be lined foul behind home plate. Nice play by the cameraman back there, and now it's a 3-2 count with 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, but the Huskies have tagged Amari Evans for 3. Capitalized by a 2-run shot, and the pitch that's going to be lined up the middle, and Haley McFarland's going to get her second hit of the day. So that one's lined right up the middle and down for hit number 2.
Well, and that's, we talk about situational offense, and what I mean by that right now in particular is you look at the number of outs in this inning. Well, that 2-run bomb came with 2 outs, and now McFarland goes up the middle to put a runner on, again with 2 outs, and now you've got that heart of the order here. Sydney Trees, Jasmine Estrada, and Holly Weinberger. Those are the next 3 batters up with Trees coming up and Estrada on deck, and we're going to see a pitching change here for the Marauders.
It's going to be Hannah Chambers from Paso Robles, California, and this is her freshman year, and last year she had a 3.84 ERA in California, and right now so far in the season, much different ERA. She's sitting at that 17.77 spot, and we'll take a quick look at Amari Evans real quick. She started off really strong. It's just been this last out that's really plagued her so far, and for a young pitcher to go that far against a team that really, let's be honest, has really high aspirations for later on in the season, it's a really good foundation for maybe building a good player down the stretch.
Well, and listen, you take things back to essentially when she faced Maddie Pick in this inning and got that second out, the ground out from short to first. You take things, you stop them there and you say, wow. She threw mid-70s in pitches, and just a young arm that you mentioned has a lot of potential, a lot of talent, and she held an offense as prolific as St. Cloud State's to just the one run. Now, she faced 2 batters after that, and things kind of came unglued, and that's where the pitching change comes from. But even to say they came unglued for her is kind of an exaggerative statement. I really don't think they came unglued at all. I mean, 2 tough pitches got distributed out to the field, and 1 left the yard, and just like that, your day's looking a little different. But yeah, I agree. You said it best. I think that for Amari Evans, I mean, you get yanked in this one. You don't get to go all 7, and you may not get the win, but I think you fought valiantly, and that's the big key, is you got a great performance out of a starter who's going to be a part of your program for quite some time here if you marry.
Trees lines this one to the third baseman, Perez. The throw on to first is going to be in time, and the Huskies all retired here in the 4th inning, but not before they get 3 or 4 hits. They get 3 runs across. They leave 1. New score from the Husky Dome reads 4-3 as we go to the top of the 5th inning. The Huskies still trailing, but they have opened up the can of worms, and we're not done yet here in the Husky Dome.
Malik clubs one into center. Wenzel going back, turns, still going, bombs away! It's Malik's 2nd home run of the game.
Man, that Huskies baseball coverage sounds really good, but I don't know where I can find any more.
Colin, you seriously don't know where to get your Huskies baseball coverage?
No, I don't, Drew, but do you know?
I could tell you, but let's let Lenny do it.
Hey, this is Lenny Walker, junior outfielder for St. Cloud State Baseball, and you're listening to the home of the Huskies, the KVSC Sports Radio.
Trinity Junker coming out to pitch once again for the Huskies as they're now only down by 1 after a big 2-run shot by Raven Van and Langenberg. Brings them back within this one, back within a run. Due up for the Marauders, it's going to be the 3-4-5 hitters in Perez, Berube, and Ritz. Perez coming up to bat. She's currently 0 for 2 in this one. She has a strikeout looking, and the first pitch to her is going to be a foul as she fouls this one back, and Trinity Junker hoping to keep the Marauders at a 0-run pace right now.
What? And that's frankly what you need here, Max. I mean, you need as close to a 1-2-3 as you can get to give your offense a chance. You've still got the bottom of the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th if you're trailing when it comes to the 7th. So
this one's going to be lined right past Haley McFarland, and it's going to get down for a hit. It's only going to be good enough for 1, but Sarah Perez leads off the inning with a leadoff single.
Well, and just a seeing eye rope down that left field line. You mentioned McFarland tried to lean out to grab it, and unfortunately, maybe just timed it incorrectly, or the ball took a nasty hop on her. But nonetheless, it finds outfield, and the leadoff runner on again for the Marauders here. It seems like it's kind of been the theme of the afternoon. But for St. Cloud State, like I said, closest you can get to a 1-2-3, or at least to keeping runners off the bags.
Berube lays down a bunt, the throw on to first in time. Maggie Fitzgerald fields the bunt, and it's going to be Maddie Pitt covering first base, but a good first out for the Huskies. But Perez does move up to second. Now up to bat is going to be Ritz, the first baseman. First pitch to Ritz. It's going to be popped up, hits the top of the dome, but it's going to be caught. It's going to be ruled a foul ball, though, so it's going to remain a foul ball, and now it's a 0-1 count with 1 away here in the top of the 5th inning. Runner on second. 4-3 is our score. And the pitch, swing and a miss, and there is Trinity Junker doing what she does best, pulling a couple strings, and now she's ahead of the count. The payoff pitch from Junker. This is going to be popped up, and that's going to be foul as it lands into the dugout of the Huskies. 0-2 the count here to the right-handed batting Ritz. Ritz so far today, 1 for 2. She came around to score. And the pitch to her, this is going to be lined in left field. This is going to be back, but it's going to be Bolin that comes back and brings that back from the edge as she goes all the way back to the warning track for out number 2. Now the Huskies have a chance to end this Marauder threat.
And just a deep fly out to left field. You mentioned Boland able to chase that one down off the bat of Ritz, and now stepping in is McClure to try and drive this runner home at second base for the Marauders.
McClure was hit by a pitch early on and then also struck out as she takes a ball inside, about knee height. And it's going to be a 1-0 count to start off the designated player's third at bat. Runner on second in form of the third baseman Perez for the Marauders, who are currently leading now only by a run after a 3-run inning just this past half inning, and that's going to be a ball high, and it's now a 2-0 count to McClure. McClure struck out to Junker in the third inning, but hasn't really had anything too much to show as she pops this one up into shallow center field, and it's going to get down for a hit. The throw from Pinkowski is not going to come, and well, the Marauders get a run back as Perez comes across the plate to score, and it's now 5-3 in favor of the Marauders.
It looked like Pinkowski tried to chase that one down, maybe didn't get a great hop on it right off the get-go, and just let it fall down in front of her. Thought that was a better play than trying to make the diving grab and maybe losing track or sight of it. So that allowed the runner in Perez to take 2 bags and come across the plate. Now the Huskies find themselves back down by 2.
This first pitch is going to be popped up foul as Reinhardt gets her third at-bat started. She's 1 for 2. She reached an error and also had a single. Came around to score in the second inning as a part of that 3-run inning for the Marauders. The Marauders have already gotten one here late in this one, top of the 5th inning. 5-3 as this one's lying down the left field line, but it's trailing foul, and it'll land foul, and it's 0-2 the count to Reinhardt, the right fielder. We'll get another ball and we'll get set. Trinity Junker ahead of the count 0-2. Runner on first, 2 away. 5-3 our score here in the Husky Dome. And a payoff pitch popped up foul, and we'll do it again. One thing these Marauder players are doing really well so far has been making contact in these 0-2 counts and staying alive in order to see maybe a pitch that they can hit later on. As we step back in, the 0-2 pitch from Junker is going to be grounded up the middle, and it's going to go off the glove of Trinity Junker, fielded by McFarland, and it's going to be another hit for the Marauders as Reinhardt gets on via a single, and now Lech is going to come up to the plate. Lech so far in this one, 0 for 1. Had a sac fly in the second for an RBI, but that's all she has on her card so far today, and a chance with runners on first and second, 2 down to continue this inning for the Marauders.
Yeah, if you think of just a routine comebacker there, Max, it was exactly what it was to Trinity Junker, but it was just about 2.5 feet to the left of Junker, and she kind of had to reach across her body to try and make that grab, and the glove, unfortunately, sometimes can be your best friend or your worst enemy, and just swatted that ball away from her, and by the time it was recovered by a fielder for St. Cloud, the Marauders had runners on first and second, and now a chance to do some real damage here as they've already put 1 across the plate in this inning.
As this is going to be trailed foul and out of play into the Huskies dugout as Lech continues to battle here. 0-2 the count. And the delivery outside. Or actually, it's going to be called strike 3, and my bad. And, well, Junker gets out of the inning with just a little bit of hurt. The Marauders bring across a run on 3 hits. They strand 2, but the new score from the Husky Dome reads 5-3 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here on the KVSC Sports Stream after this.
Every Monday night at 7:30, you can catch On the Air live from Granite City Food and Brewery with Blake Tyson and Andrew Erickson on 97.5 Radio X. Every week, we sit down with players and coaches from many teams in central Minnesota, from local high school athletes to collegiate stars from St. Cloud State and to the coaches that got them there. Every week, you can hear recaps of events in the area and find out what is to come. We invite you to join us for On the Air every Monday night from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. from Granite City Food and Brewery. Stop on in and grab a bite while listening, or join us on your home for St. Cloud High School Athletics, 97.5 Radio X.
Jasmine Estrada due to lead off the Huskies here in the bottom of the fifth inning, and it's going to be the 4, 5, 6 bats coming up for the Huskies, and Estrada, Weinberger, and Fitzgerald. And well, they came back and pushed across 3 last inning, Jake, and now they're going to go to the big bat to start them off here in the bottom of the fifth. And what can we expect here?
Well, I mean, listen, at this point, you're down 2. You're getting into the later innings of this game. I mean, bottom 5, you got 3 more chances to really get back in this one and take control of it. I'd imagine you're getting the green light here to swing for the fences if you can do it.
It's grounded up the middle, and that's going to get down for a hit. And just like that, Jasmine Estrada continues to see the ball well as she leads this one off with a leadoff single. And now it's going to be Weinberger coming up to bat. She's 0 for 2 so far today, but a chance to maybe make something happen and put some traffic on the bases here for the Huskies with nobody out in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Well, and listen, something you got to credit the Marauders for doing in this ball game is they've certainly put balls back up the middle. We talk about that a lot with the Marauders. It seems like every time they get a base hit, it's up the middle. They find a gap between the second baseman and the shortstop. St. Cloud is kind of done the opposite. They're pulling everything to the short and third right there as a pinch runner will come in for Jasmine Estrada out on first. But if the Huskies can take more advantage, I think, of putting the ball right over second base and finding that gap in the infield, they can certainly put some runs across the board here, as it seems like they've kind of played into the defense of the Marauders so far through this afternoon.
I believe that's Istvanovic out there, as that is going to be in there for a ball to start off the Weinberger at bat. Weinberger batting out of that left-handed batter's box. It's actually going to be Quinnell, as that's going to be a ball outside, and it's now 2-0 the count to Weinberger. So good job seeing the ball early for the Huskies right fielder. A chance to get a couple on with nobody out right off the bat here in the bottom of the fifth inning. The 2-0 pitch is going to be low and away. The throw to second is going to be not in time, and Quinnell is going to take second base on a steal, and now the Huskies have a runner in scoring position, and they also are ahead in the count, 3-0.
Well, Max, I mean, nobody was covering second base there. Yeah. Pretty savvy play by Quinnell to just put the Jets on and move. And by the time the defensive player had come to cover second and the throw came in, I mean, Quinnell was standing back up on second base. So it's just a savvy set of eyes there out on the base paths. That's what you need if you're St. Cloud State, if you're going to get back in this ball game, is start to take advantage of the little things, the Marauders that maybe they're not thinking of, maybe they're not doing right. And certainly a good thing to see here for St. Cloud State.
So 2-1 the count here to Weinberger. The pitch, that's going to be lined into left field. This is going to be way back, and it's going to get down for a double. Actually, no, it's not even going to get past the wall. And, well, Quinnell is going to come around to score for the Huskies, and the Huskies get one back as Weinberger gets a double there. Not by the ground rule, but just a good old-fashioned double.
Just snuck in behind Avery Dome out there and left, and you mentioned just a nice, hearty RBI double to make this a one-run ball game as another run comes across the plate here in the bottom of the fifth for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, so now coming up to bat for the Huskies, it's going to be Maggie Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald in this one 0 for 2, and the pitch to her. This is going to be lined into center field, actually more of a pop-up, and it's going to be an easy play there, and one away for the Huskies, as that is the first out of the inning.
Alexandra
Pinkowski now coming up to bat for the Huskies after Fitzgerald flew out to center field into Young. Now Pinkowski up to bat. She's going to be 2 for 2. She came around to score early on in this one, and, well, she's been hitting the ball well, and they need it as she lays down a bunt. The throw to first is going to be in time, but going to move up the runner 45 feet, and that's that tying run as the sack bunt is productive for the Huskies.
Well, and that's all you need is just a good productive sack bunt from Pinkowski.
As we're going to get a pinch hitter with Gabrielle Nelson coming in for Pick, and kind of a tough situation there. Pick going into that at bat would have been 0-2, but now coming up to bat, it's going to be Gabrielle Nelson for the Huskies. She'll be in that left-handed batter's box. Right now, she is not had an at-bat. She's sitting at an 0 batting average as she steps in with a runner 45 feet away from scoring as she takes a strike on the outer half of the plate. Huskies now down 4-5 as they push across a run here in this one. You've got Weinberger on third as this one's fouled away, and it's now 0-2 to Gabrielle Nelson. If the inning were to continue, big if, it would be Brooke Bowling coming up to bat for the Huskies. But first, Gabrielle Nelson has to find a way to get on to extend the inning. The 0-2 pitch, that's low, never got above 6 inches above the ground, and it's now a 1-2 count for the pinch hitting Nelson. Nelson will step back into the batter's box as she tries to continue this inning. She reaches down and fouls this one off, and protecting the plate here with a 1-2 count, and she'll continue the at-bat after following that one down the third baseline. Bottom of the fifth inning, 4-5 your score from the Husky Dome. Marauders on top, and the pitch low and away for ball 2, and it evens the count at 2 with 2 out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Marauders looking to get their first NSIC win. On the other hand, the Huskies look to remain undefeated and continue a 6-game win streak. In the pitch, it's going to be lined up the middle, and it's going to get down for a hit. It's actually going to get into the gap. One run's going to score. That's going to tie the game. Nelson into second base safely, standing up, and the Huskies have now tied this one up here in the bottom of the fifth inning, Jake.
Well, and a couple of RBI extra base hits. You bring in Gabrielle Nelson to pinch hit for Pick. That winds up working out in your favor. Of course, the nice juicy RBI double by Weinberger gets that fourth run across, and next thing you know, it's a tie ball game. And I was just going to bring this up here, Max, but you look at the pitcher on the mound in Hannah Chambers for the Marauders. She's thrown one complete game in non-conference, one 7-inning appearance. Outside of that, she's never thrown more than 2.2 innings. She's more of a reliever for this team, and interesting they bring her in as early as they did, quite frankly, because she's given up 4 or more as a reliever 8 times this year. And if you're St. Cloud State, you've only tagged her for 2 at this point. You've got to think if you've got a usual average of 2 more, that might equate to a win here if she stays in much longer. So certainly interesting to see what the coaching decision will be.
As Emma Eichhoff looks to step in. Usually on the other side of this matchup, usually Eichhoff is pitching. Instead, she's going to be stepping into the right-handed batter's box with the go-ahead run on second in the form of Gabrielle Nelson. The first pitch to the pitcher is going to be in there for a strike just above the knees, and it's 0-1.
Well, and interesting that Eichhoff comes in. This is Brooke Boland's spot in the order, the 9 spot, her Brooke Boland's usual spot. And Eichhoff will come in to try and deposit this runner.
As this one's lined into center field, and it's actually going to be a pretty easy out there for DeYoung, but the Huskies push across 2, and they tie this one up at 5 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. The new score here at the Husky Dome, 5-5, as we go to the top of the 6th here on the KVSC Sports Stream after this.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohamed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot, and a save forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar. But
that means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects, shot there, Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
Trinity Junker is still out there for the Huskies, as she has been stellar in this relief outing. So far, she's only given up 1 run, and she's been through 3 2/3 innings so far today, and very stellar. 3 strikeouts already on short notice, and showing bunt is the leadoff batter for the inning in DeYoung, as that's going to roll foul, gets past Sydney Trees. It's 0-1 to start off the at-bat. DeYoung so far, well, she's had a pretty good day so far. 2 for 3 with an RBI. She also has a strikeout, but overall, pretty good day for the center fielder for the Marauders. Trying to keep that going and maybe break the tie, and the pitch is going to be fouled away again, and quickly Trinity Junker ahead 0-2 to the leadoff batter for the Marauders, as we're going to have maybe a talk here as the home plate umpire is talking to Mitch Roberts. Maybe Trinity Junker is not setting properly, or maybe not going back far enough to touch the rubber, but that's actually going to be, that's actually going to be batter interference, so that's going to be an out. So 1 away here already in the 6th inning. Now coming up, it's going to be Dome, and she, so far today, she is 2 for 3 as well. 2 singles. She came across to score. She also has an RBI and a strikeout to her name. First pitch, she lays down a bunt. This is going to be fielded by Junker. Throw on to first is going to be in time for out number 2. And a quick 2 up, 2 down already for the Huskies, as they look to put down the Marauders in order.
But what you need, frankly, if you're St. Cloud State, 1, 2, 3s, as many as you can get. You've worked back to tie this ball game up, and now you've got to put yourself in the best position to finally take a lead in this game, even if it is late, against a pitcher, as we talked about, in Hannah Chambers, who's not too comfortable late in ball games for the Marauders. You got to take advantage of that if you can, and it's a testament to the offense that the Huskies have been able to put 5 up after falling down 4-0 in this ball game and eventually tie things up, and they've faced some adversity. 3 in the top of the 2nd you gave up another one in the 5th, and that could have felt like the dagger, but you put up 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 2nd, and the late offense is here. And finally, one thing you need if you're St. Cloud State in the top of the 6th is a big fat 0, and Trinity Junker is looking to give you exactly that.
As this one's away for ball 1, evens the count at 1 after a first pitch strike, and now it's a 1-1 count to Kaylee Conagizer, as she's 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. As this one's popped back for a foul ball. She, as we mentioned throughout, she had that bunt that brought Dome around to score in that first inning. That kind of threw off, I think, Kylie Thompson, and the 5th-year starter actually got yanked after 1 1/3 innings. But Trinity Junker has come in and has really quieted down the offense, as that is going to be a strike on the outside corner. And, well, Conagizer is going to go down looking, and the Huskies are going to put down the Marauders 1, 2, 3 here in the 6th inning as we go to the bottom of the 6th on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Oh, my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his 2nd of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
So it'll be the top of the order for the Huskies. 1, 2, 3 to start off the the bottom of the 6th inning, I should say, as Hannah Chambers comes in for her 2nd inning of work. And, well, she was tagged for 2 runs in that last inning, and now she is going to come in with the clean bases and try and put the Huskies down 1, 2, 3. First pitch, high and away, and it's 1-0 to start off the Huskies shortstop and Raven Vanden Langenberg. Huskies today wearing the red tops, white bottoms, white tops, and on the other side, the Marauders wearing the maroon tops and bottoms, as that is going to be low for ball 2, and it's now a 2-0 count to start off the shortstop in the bottom of the 6th inning. 5-5 is our score in the Husky Dome. The Huskies have battled back in this one to break even, as this one's hit into center field. Dome is going to try and get under it, and it's going to be gone. Or no, it's actually not going to be gone. It's going to be a triple, I'm sorry, as it hit the fence and ended up staying in play. So it's a leadoff triple for the Huskies to start off the bottom of the 6th inning. Either way, probably the way you kind of want to start off an inning here, Jake.
Well, fooled us both there, Max Stagoff. I was right there with you. Thought it was over the fence and out of play for the home run, but it apparently top of the wall, fell back in play, and it was fielded nicely by the center fielder out there in DeYoung, and she got it back in time to hold Vanden Langenberg just a 3. And now that go-ahead run 45 feet up.
As Haley McFarland will step up to the plate, shows bunt, and it's going to be fouled, and it's 0-1 to the Huskies' third baseman. So far today, she's 2 for 2 on the day. Hasn't found a way to come home to score. She's also been hit by the pitch, and 2 singles on the day, and the pitch is going to be fouled back, and it's now 0-2. Nice play in the Huskies' dugout there, and to catch the ball, and now it's an 0-2 count.
Well, and listen, bottom of the 6th in a tie game, and you're looking to close this one out with a W, and frankly, the best possible way you can start that one off is by getting your leadoff runner to third with nobody out to start off the inning. So a nice turn of events here for St. Cloud State, and for Haley McFarland, you're down 0-2 in the count. I mean, keep your eyes open and take a couple of pitches if you need to, and try to bring your teammate home in Vanden Langenberg.
And she's going to foul this one away again, and it's 3 straight pitches that she has really kind of battled off here to start off her at bat, but leadoff triple by Raven Vanden Langenberg, who is now only a double away from that cycle. That triple is always that hardest part. The 0-2 pitch, that's way low, as Chambers did not get any good grip on that one, and it's now going to be 1-2 the count to the Huskies' 5th-year senior at third.
Well, and no mistake, Vanden Langenberg batting leadoff. I mean, for this team, I mean, she's been on a tear, frankly.
Lines this one past the shortstop. That's going to get down for a hit. The Huskies take the lead as Raven Vanden Langenberg easily cruises into home, and the Huskies are now up 6-5.
Just a good piece of hitting there by Haley McFarland. Chops one into the gap between short and third, and able to bring home Vanden Langenberg for the RBI. And the Huskies up top 6-5, as you mentioned. But for Raven Vanden Langenberg, a streak that she's been on, 5 hits in her last 2 games, 5 for 8 in that stretch with 2 runs scored as well. On top of that, he's got 9 hits in her last 6 games, and I mean, just keeping the hot hand here. She's got a single, a home run, and a triple as well. You mentioned just a double away from the cycle in this game. She's certainly seeing the ball well.
First pitch to Trees, in there for a strike. The second pitch is going to be lifted into center field. Charging in is going to be Dome, and that is going to be the second out of the inning, or the first out of the inning, as that is a fly out by Sydney Trees. That's going to bring up Jasmine Estrada, who had a single and came around to score last inning, and it was a good inning for the Huskies as they got 2 across. They got it across with Estrada, who was actually pinch run for by Quinnell, and then Weinberger came across to score as well. First pitch to Estrada, way high, and that's going to be ball 1. Estrada was thinking about it, and I mean, it was kind of coming in there a little loopy, and if you give Estrada a loopy pitch high in the zone, it might puncture the Husky Dome. 1-0 the count to the Huskies' designated player. Bottom of the 6th inning, and that's low for ball 2. Huskies just pushing across their 6th run and now taking the lead for the first time, as we still have another game after this, but right now in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Huskies are up. That's going to be another ball, and it's going to get past the catcher Lech, and that's going to be an easy base to take there for Haley McFarland, who takes second. Ball kind of catching the mat there that they throw down for home plate, and now the Huskies have another runner in scoring position with 1 away in the bottom of the 6th inning. 6-5 is your score. The pitch, that's high, ball 4. Jasmine Estrada takes her base as she gets walked, and that's one of the first walks for the Huskies today. And it's a crucial one as that brings up Haley Weinberger.
Well, and it is the first walk of the afternoon there, Max. And a 4-pitch walk, it was no mistake. I mean, you've got Jasmine Estrada up to bat. That is the power bat of this roster, and you're already down by 1 now with a runner on.
This one's aligned into center field. That's going to get down for a hit. They're going to hold up McFarland at third, and now the bases are going to be loaded once again for the Huskies, and hopefully they don't have any memories of when they had the bases loaded last time.
Well, sports in general, my friend. You've got to have quick memory, or a quick memory loss at that, to play these games, and that's exactly what they're going to need here. You mentioned it. Last time they had bases loaded, they had nobody out, and they squandered the opportunity to drive in an RBI.
First pitch to Fitzgerald on the outer half of the plate, and it's now 0-1. Fitzgerald so far today 0 for 3, but if she gets a hit here, it's going to be a big one, and it might clear the bases. 0-1 pitch, high, ball 1, I should say, on the second pitch, and it evens the count at 2. Currently 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bases loaded for the Huskies. They already pushed across 1, and they are threatening again. The 1-1 pitch is going to be popped up on the right side, and it's going to be dropped by the first baseman. 1 run's going to score, and that is going to be an error, but the bases will remain loaded as everyone moves up 45, including the first baseman for the Huskies, Maggie Fitzgerald.
Most likely go down as an E9, an error on Reinhardt, the right fielder. It was a routine fly ball out to right field, and Reinhardt and the cover, I believe that was also the first baseman backing up to try and make the play and make the grab, and it just fell right in between them. It couldn't make the play, and for that, everybody advances up a station, and it's station to station just like that, and now you do have
first
some
pitch to Pinkowski's whipped in between the third base and shortstop, and another station to station play as the Huskies now have their 3rd run of the inning just like that. I'm sorry to cut you off like that, but boy, that was a quick first pitch for strike.
It was, and indeed, just first pitch swinging, and when you can capitalize on opportunities like that, you certainly have to. As we might get a pitching change here for the Marauders, and yes, indeed, Hannah Chambers' afternoon is done, and no real surprise. She struggled late in that ball game to really retire anybody with the bases loaded, and now it's Nicole Eckhart who will come take the mound. And her numbers this season certainly no better than any of her other staff mates, but hey, 2-20, your pitchers are not going to have good numbers when your record is as such.
Yeah, this is actually the 3rd pitcher that they've used. They only have 3 pitchers on the roster, so it'll be interesting what Game 2 brings us, but like you said, her stats aren't much better. She's right now pitching a 6.16 ERA. Her win-loss record 1-8. She's appeared in 18 games and pitched 76 innings. She struck out 46. She's currently one of their I would argue their best pitcher, as opponents are currently batting .319 off her, and that is about 30 points ahead of anyone else on their staff. So now coming back into the game is Maddie Pick as she steps into the box. She was pinch hit for last inning, and the first pitch to her, swing and a miss, and that's a strike 1.
And she took a hard cut through that ball as the first pitch offered up by Nicole Eckhart. Maddie Pick clearly showing the want to do some damage in this game.
Big swing and a miss there, and it's now 0-2 to Pick, who is now going to have to maybe choke up on the bat a little bit and protect the plate. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. The Huskies have already pushed across 3, and bases remain loaded for the Cardinal and Black. The pitch is going to be popped up, and it's going to hit the Husky Dome, and it's going to be caught. It's going to be ruled foul ball, and it's going to keep Maddie Pick alive in this one. 0-2, the count remains after a little bit of excitement. She'll step back into the right-handed batter's box and continue her at bat. 0 for 2 today as we mentioned, was pinch hit for by Gabrielle Nelson last inning. Big swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout for Maddie Pick, and she will now be 0 for 3. Now coming in, it will be Brooke Bolin, who is currently 2 for 2 with 2 singles, and she was also pinch hit for by Emma Eichhoff last inning.
And you mentioned that RBI double by Gabrielle Nelson. That very well may have been the turning point of this ball game, as the Huskies were able to tie things up and never really looked back from that point on. You mentioned 3 runs have crossed the plate here in this inning, and it's just been small ball, station to station with the bases loaded. I mean, a much different outcome from the last time in this game that the Huskies had ducks on the pond, and so now just a much better outcome, I think, if you're Mitch Roberts and St. Cloud State.
As that one's going to be fouled away, and it's now going to be 0-2 after a first pitch swinging by Bolin, and now Bolin is now behind in the count 0-2, and she's going to have to maybe choke up on the bat, but runners on first, second, and even third so far for the Huskies, and the pitch low and away, ball 1, and now you maybe are going to try and work the count if you're Brooke Bolin, and she's done well so far in this one, as mentioned, 2 for 2. She's come around to score once. She also has an RBI to her name. The 1-2 pitch low and away, ball 2, and it evens the count at 2. That one was a drop pitch that never got up to fool Bolin. And now an even count at 2-2 with one of the more dangerous hitters in the Huskies lineup at bat. The 2-2 pitch, that's going to be grounded up the middle, and it's going to be fielded by the pitcher, throw on to first in time, but the Huskies push across 3, and they are now up 8-5 on top of the U-Mary Marauders as we go to the top of the 7th inning, and a chance to maybe end this one a little early after the Huskies got behind 4-0 quickly after those first 2 innings. We'll have a full breakdown of this game and hopefully the end of this game coming up here on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Now, this may come as a bit of a surprise, but Radio X is a student-designed and run broadcast from the campus of St. Cloud State University. Shocking, I know. Radio X gives students like me a chance to learn hands-on what it takes to create and maintain a quality radio broadcast. Plus, it's pretty fun. Connect with us online at 975radiox.com or on our Facebook and Twitter pages at 975radiox. And thank you for tuning in to the best alt 90s mix around. Radio X.
As we take a look at the top of the 7th inning, and it'll be the 3-4-5 batters for the U-Mary Marauders. U-Mary dominated the first half of this game, but in the second half, the Huskies have had the better of them, and the first pitch is going to be in there for a strike as Trinity Junker is looking to maybe close this one out, pulls a string on that, and it's 0-1. But as mentioned, the U-Mary Marauders had control in the first half, first 3 innings. They were up 4-0, and then after that, in the next 3 were not kind to them, as this one's big swing and a miss on the outside. And that kind of brings us to where we are so far, 8-5. Once again, I'll welcome back in my partner in crime, Jake Bedell. And Jake, this has been a very happy surprise for the Huskies so far in this game, as they were looking kind of down and out early, but they have battled back.
Well, and we talk about it all afternoon, as Amari Evans was kind of the key to the game for both teams. If you wanted to win for the Marauders, you were going to need a strong performance out of Amari Evans, but if you wanted a win for St. Cloud State, you were going to have to jump all over her early, and the Huskies certainly didn't do it early, but they understood the assignment, and they got to it late in this game, about the 4th or 5th inning. They decided to get to it, and they chased her. They chased Hannah Chambers as well, and 3 pitchers, all 3 of them, I believe, all 3 rostered at least, have been used now by the Marauders in this ball game. And you look at the numbers of all 3 pitchers and the amount of appearances they all have, and it kind of sounds like that's been the name of the game for this team so far, is just to use the only the 3 that we have.
This one's going to be low and away, and it's going to even the count at 2. So after getting ahead 0-2, it's going to be now a 2-2 count, 2 straight balls, both of them low here to the third baseman, Sarah Perez. After that, it'll be Haley Berube for the Marauders as they look to try and tie this one up and keep things going in game one. Trailing 8-5, the pitch is high, and it's going to move the count to full here early in the top of the 7th inning. Huskies coming back for 3 runs in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and another 3 in the 6th to put them up 8-5 in this one as Perez steps back in. The full count pitch. That's a change up for ball 4 just inside there by Trinity Junker, and a leadoff walk to start off the Marauders' 7th inning.
That's a tough pitch for Trinity Junker. A couple of fastballs to set up that change, and she came in with the off-speed pitch and tried to just drop one on the top of the strike zone, and unfortunately the home plate umpire ruled it high above the zone, so no strikeouts and a walk. And now for what feels like the 5th time at least in this ball game, the lead man is aboard for the Marauders, and now you're just hoping you can keep them off the score sheet in the top of this 7th, and you can shave half an inning off this game so we can get to that game 2 of the doubleheader.
First pitch to Ruby, big swing and a miss, and it's now 0-1 to the second batter. She'll show bunt to Junker. Runner on first after a leadoff walk, and the pitch has popped up, hits the top of the Husky Dome, and it's going to be caught by Maddie Pick, and that's going to be ruled an out, so that's the first out of the inning, and a nice little play there, and it's maybe the first time this year that I've seen someone play it off the top of the Husky Dome and then have it be recorded for an out. So now coming up to bat for the Marauders, it's going to be Devin Ritz. She's 1 for 3 today. The pitch to her, this is going to be grounded foul down the third base line, and it's 0-1 to start off the Marauders' third batter of the inning. Runner on first in the form of Sarah Perez. She led off the inning with a walk, and then just a pitch ago, Berube was recorded out by Maddie Pick, and now the pitch is going to be another strike there as it's now 0-2 to Devin Ritz. She's behind in the count, and the Huskies have the Marauders on the ropes. The 0-2 pitch, it's going to be a ball just outside and low, and moves the count to 1-2. Junker so far in this one has really just been what the Huskies needed, a good dose of medicine, as she has gone 5 innings so far in this one. Looks to go another couple thirds of an inning, another 2/3, and retire the last 2 batters. She's only given up 4 hits. She's allowed 1 run. It was earned. She's only walked a batter, and she struck out 5 so far. 1-2 delivery is going to be fouled back, and we'll do it again. So we continue to look at Junker so far. She's at 65 pitches coming into this inning, and Kylie Thompson pitched 40 pitches in the first inning and a third. The 1-2 delivery is going to be low and away, and that's going to be ball 2 to Devin Ritz, as the Huskies are trying to get out of game 1 with a win. A little sloppy early on, but they have pulled it back and have come out ahead in this one, as that's a big swing and a foul down the third base line, and Devin Ritz will stay alive. 2-2, the count remains.
And just a good at-bat here by Devin Ritz. I mean, just really a nice battle against Trinity Junker here, as this has got to be the 7th, 8th pitch of the at-bat here so far, and this is what you need. If you're the Marauders, you have to force Trinity Junker to work for this stuff, and you've got to help out the rest of your conference, as Junker was theoretically the starter for tomorrow, or one of the starters tomorrow, and now maybe that script is being rewritten here. As you mentioned, she's thrown over 5 so far in this game. That's usually a regular start, and to have someone do that back-to-back days, well, maybe you don't want to do that quite so early on in the year. So for the Marauders, I mean, this is the formula you want. The question is, can they capitalize?
Swing and a miss there by Ritz, and well, Marauders tried to hold on there with Devin Ritz. She tried to hold on to that 2-2 count, but Trinity Junker blows one past her, and it's her 6th strikeout of the game, and now they're down to their final out with designated player McClure coming up to bat. McClure so far in this one, 1 for 2 with an RBI. She also struck out once in the pitch. Strike on the inner half of the plate. And it's 0-1 to start off the potential last batter of the inning. McClure also was hit by a pitch early on in this game, and the pitch is going to be outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count now. Runner on first after Perez led off the inning with a walk, but Trinity Junker has retired the last 2 and has the Marauders down to their final out. Big swing and a miss there, and that's strike 2. Going for everything right there was McClure, and she got none of that pitch. And now the Marauders down to their final strike in the Husky Dome and final strike in Game 1. Game 2 will probably start shortly after this one, scheduled for a 3 o'clock start. Imagine maybe a 3:10 start. Or pitch fouled back, and it's going to remain a 1-2 count. And the Marauders stay alive, if only for another pitch.
And you've got to stay alive as long as you possibly can. You've got to fight and battle back in every at-bat. And so for the Marauders here, I mean, yeah, just shorten up on it, see what you can't do. Maybe you deposit one up the middle and stay alive, or you get to Game 2 here.
Payoff pitch low, and it's going to be 2-2. As McClure trying to battle back, just like you said there, Jake. And now evens the count at 2 with 2 out here in the top of the 7th. 8-5, the Huskies have come back in the second half of the game as this one's popped up, and it's going to be caught by McFarland, but it will be ruled a foul ball as it hit the top of the Husky Dome, and it'll be a 2-2 count again to McClure as she tries to keep her team in it. Huskies have come back in the final few innings to really put the pressure on as this one's lined up the middle, and McClure is going to get on. This one is driven all the way to Pikowski out there in center field, and it's going to be a 2-out base hit there for McClure, and well, they continue to bat here in the top of the 7th inning, bringing up Reinhardt.
Now you've got the tying run at the plate, too. That's the big key, too. I know a lot of the damage in this game, Max, on both sides has come with 2 outs. I mean, and that's when big stars make their money. That's when players play ball. So the big moment here, as you mentioned, for Reinhardt to step up with 2 on and 2 out. And for the Marauders, maybe trying to tie this ball game up and force the Huskies to hit in the bottom of the 7th.
And that's going to be a strike to start off Reinhardt, who is currently 2 for 3 today. She's gotten on base all 3 times. She reached on an error in the 4th inning. Came around to score in the 2nd. Has a pair of singles to her name as she steps in for her 4th at-bat. 0-1. And this one's popped up into left field. This could do it as Pinkowski calls off Bowen, and that does it. The Huskies come back to win Game 1, 8-5, as it was a little bit of a cardiac arrest there for a second. But the Huskies come back and they win this one. They are kind of propelled with a 3-run inning in the 4th and 6th innings, and in between those innings they had a 2-run 5th inning. But the Huskies, they don't come out with a win, and they don't ask how, they ask how many, and well, they come out with a big Game 1 win.
Well, and listen, that's what you need. You know, good teams win games they should win. And when the records are quite as different as these two teams are, frankly, this is a game that, you know, we can dance around it all we want, Max, but frankly the Huskies should have won this ball game, and a little unfortunate they came out to the start they did, falling down 4-0 in the ball game. But hey, like I said, you know, good teams win games they should win, and for St. Cloud State, you got to win in a game that you theoretically should have won. So, I mean, listen, took you a while to settle in. The first 4 innings were kind of first 3 innings, pardon me, were kind of quiet, and then the offense really started to pick up for you and never looked back. So, I mean, I think that says a lot. It says a lot to the resilience of this team. Says a lot about how, you know, they're never out until they're actually out of it. I mean, coming back and scoring 8 runs in the final 3 innings here is a good comeback performance, a nice character win early on in your season, and it gives you a good preview of what you can look for out of St. Cloud State moving on. But you know, the rest of the season, hey, look, that's all to come. But before we get to that, you've got a big Game 2 coming up right after this.
Yeah, so coming up, Game 2, right after this, We'll have lineups and all of that coming up after a quick little abbreviated break, but we'll come around at about that 3 o'clock time. We'll have first pitch for you and lineups for Game 2 between the U-Mary Marauders and the St. Cloud State Huskies. After Game 1, the Huskies won 8-5. We go to Game 2 after this.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohamed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot and a save. Forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar, but
That means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects. Shot there, Carlson. Save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
And that'll do it. Huskies win the first ever North Star Cup.
KVSC is looking for new volunteers in our sports department. If you love sports and want an opportunity to get closer to your favorite teams, the KVSC sports department is the place for you.
Kosla back up to Proud. Big Slams will score. Goal number 2, Brandon Proud.
By joining the KVSC sports department, you will not only receive a great addition to your resume, but you will meet the future of the industry and gain on-the-job experience in broadcasting.
I think he has taken over not necessarily a leadership role, but the role as the focal point on the team, and I think the team does know that.
For more information on how to join KVSC, you can call us at 320-308-3066 or visit our website, kvsc.org.
Gets the ball on the advance, has an open 3 for the record. Goal, baby! Lexi Peterman has 41!
The KVSC Sports Department. Get in the game.
Inside the Husky Dome for Game 2 between St. Cloud State and the Marauders of U-Mary. Softball here on the KVSC Sports Stream on this Saturday afternoon. Jake Bedell, Max Steigoff here from the Husky Dome. Max, Game 1, 8-5 win for St. Cloud State. Now they trailed 4-0. Certainly not maybe the way they drew it up on paper, but you get 3-2 and then 3 in the bottom of 4, 5, and 6. Ultimately 8-5 win, and all things considered, a pretty good showing for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, and they kind of did it off what they've said that they're going to do. They did it off those extra base hits. All the extra base hits in that game came on the Huskies side. They had a couple doubles with Weinberger, Pinkowski, and Gabrielle Nelson, and then Vanden Langenberg had that triple, and then also she had a home run to her name as well. She was that double or single away from that from the cycle, but I mean, boy, she had a good game, and I mean, they were doing it through that slugging. We talked to Mitch Robertson. That's actually one of the big things he talked about in that interview. Max Steigoff alongside Huskies head coach Mitch Robertson. Coach, you had a pretty big game, a pretty big series, I should say, last week against the UMD Bulldogs. You came out and really kind of took care of business. And how was that kind of for this team to kind of get out ahead 2-0 in NSIC play?
Yeah, that's a big start. I think any team that's looking to go deep in the postseason and make good runs, it always starts with a good start. And, to this team, it's been a little bit since we beat those guys, so, I think it meant a lot to the team to show up and play well and play to the best of their ability.
And you mentioned in the preseason press conference, and we kind of saw it last series as well, a lot of home runs, a lot of doubles, and a lot of gals making their way around the bases and upping that slugging percentage. And can we expect more of that, and how do you kind of keep that up throughout this lineup up and down?
Well, that's a plan, right? It would be nice to keep it up all year. Coach Alley's been doing a great job with the hitters. The hitters have been working hard, and we talk about it daily. So the philosophy is hit the ball hard in the air, double, home run, single, doesn't matter. But yeah, the plan is just to keep on slugging. Obviously, the more runs we score, the better chance we have to win games to the goal. So I hope we keep it going, right? But this game's a funny one. There's some good pitching in this conference, and we're just trying to be tough and battle every single day.
Inside the Husky Dome for St. Cloud State softball here on the campus of SCSU, and second time in 2 games here. Max Steigoff has welcomed us both into the broadcast booth. That the game has somehow seemingly just begun under our noses and caught us off guard, but nonetheless underway here in Game 2 between the Marauders And St. Cloud State, Emma Eichhoff out to the mound to pitch for St. Cloud State, and a chopper into shallow right field will put the leadoff runner aboard for the Marauders, and it looks like the same leadoff runner in Avery Dome. She'll take a single to open up this ball game, and the Marauders certainly right where they left off will start, as they've got a runner on and no one out.
Similar lineup to what they had going into the last game, as well as this pop-up.
And Eichhoff will make the grab, which will force Dome to stay there. It's a one down and one on. It was Aaron DeYoung batting second in this game. And now up will be Soraya Perez. She'll bat third and play the hot corner at third base as well defensively for the Marauders. Perez tees up, looks at a strike right down Broadway, and it's 0-1. Huskies defensively, Vanden Langenberg at short, McFarland at third, Trees behind the plate, designated player to bat for the pitcher. Of course, Jasmine Estrada, she'll bat fourth in the cleanup spot. The outfield, Weinberger will play right, Pinkowski will play center, Bolin at left. Sophie Collane tags in to play second in game two here, as this one is chopped up into the Teflon. McFarland tries to make the grab but can't, so a foul ball 0-2. And to round things out defensively, Maggie Fitzgerald over at first. Her second consecutive game on that side of the diamond. 0-2 count to Soraya Perez, 1 on, 1 out, as we are well underway here in game two. Eichhoff winds and fires and chopped down that right field side. This will get back to the fence and fielded now on a hop by St. Cloud State, and everyone is safe as it looks. A runner on first and a runner on third. Holly Weinberger threw into first base to try to stop the runner from advancing two, and she was able to do that, but no out on the play. And so hits right out of the gate by Dome and Perez.
Same kind of thing as the last game here, Jake, where the Huskies are kind of falling behind early in these at-bats and falling behind early in the game as well.
And Devin Ritz will spank one foul, 0-1 the count. St. Cloud State, you mentioned it, Max, a similar start to this ball game for the Huskies as they fell down 4-0 in game one earlier this afternoon. Been able to come back with some late antics, and apparently looking to do the same here as this one high and away taken for ball one. Here comes the pitch. Slapped foul, 2-1 the count. 1 out, 2 on for the Marauders early on in this ball game. So the lone change for St. Cloud State in the order is Sophie Collane at second, and Eichhoff on the mound to start this ball game. Eichhoff in some trouble already. Runners on the corners. Here comes the pitch, and that's middle away, ball 2. And the delivery. Big hack taken, and that's strike 3. So the first K of the afternoon for Emma Eichhoff, and the second out of the inning for the Marauders. And now stepping up, the fifth batter of the inning, it's Haley Berube.
Little emotion there by Eichhoff there, getting a little scream out there, make sure you get that second out, but she still has one more to go before she gets out of this little jam that she's got herself into in the first.
Well, luckily for Eichhoff, Berube 0 for 3 in game one. Runner at first goes, and no contest. Perez a stolen base as she'll take second, and now Perez at second, Dome at third. And Haley Berube into the batter's box. Berube took a strike on that play, 0-1 the count. Eichhoff looking to allow some traffic, but get out of it unscathed. And so Eichhoff takes set. Out of the windup, deals, and a hard chopper foul into the stats table. 0-2 the count.
Good job getting ahead in the count, and now you can kind of play around and try and kind of chip away at the edges and try and get that strikeout looking, and you got a couple balls to work with.
2 strikes against Berube. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Chop foul will do it again. 13 pitches coming into the at-bat for Emma Eichhoff. Efficiency will be the key. Kylie Thompson started game one, only threw one on a third before Trinity Junker had to come in and close the game out. In relief, St. Cloud trying to save some arms. It's a big strikeout swinging of Haley Berube will end the inning at the top of the first at least. And now the Huskies will come up to bat right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohamed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot and a save. Forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar, but
that means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects, shot there, Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
Inside the Husky Dome for Game 2 between the Huskies and the Marauders of U Mary. Traffic allowed by Emma Eichhoff to start this ball game for U Mary, pardon me. But the Marauders strand 2, and no harm to show for it. And now St. Cloud will come up to bat here in the bottom of the first. Defensively, for U Mary, it'll be Ritz, Ritura, Berube, and Perez on the infield from first to third, and then Reinhardt out in right, Dome in center. And tagging into this game will be Stubbs. That's Natasha Stubbs. Out in left, behind the plate, will be Brooke McClure. We saw her as the designated player in game 1 this afternoon, and Vanden Langenberg takes strike 1, and she steps into the batter's box. And Vanden Langenberg chops one through the shortstop at the infield. She'll take first easily. That made it back to the left fielder, but she'll stop it first for a leadoff single.
She picks up right where she left off. She had a great game 1 going, 3 for 4, had a couple of RBIs, came around to score a couple times as well, had a triple and a home run and a double in there, so she's picking up right where she left off.
Nicole Eckhart, 1 for 8 on the season with an ERA 5.8. That's the best ERA of the staff for the Marauders. First pitch to McFarland. She'll take a hard cut and slice right through it for strike 1. St. Cloud State batting order. Vanden Langenberg will lead off. McFarland second. Trees third. Estrada will bat fourth as the designated player. And then Weinberger, Fitzgerald, Pinkowski, Kalane, and Bolin. 0-1 to McFarland. Cut through and missed. 0-2 the count.
McFarland is really looking to up Vanden Langenberg, not just a 45 feet and get her into second. She's trying to get her from first to third or first to home on one hit.
And this one taken low and cut down easily as she was trying to steal. Would have been Vanden Langenberg. But the ball was bobbled by the shortstop in Berube, and so Vanden Langenberg finds herself safe at second with a stolen base. And McFarland will stay alive, 2-1 the count. Nicole Eckhart out of the windup. And McFarland chops this one up to the middle infield and caught by a ranging Ritura, and that's one down for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, that's a tough one. She got under it just a little too much, and it ends up being a pop fly, but a good battle by Haley McFarland, and, I'm not going to say, Eckhart is, maybe, a little tired after that first game where she did make an appearance, but she maybe isn't, 100%.
Sydney Trees looking to do some damage, fouls off the first pitch. 0-1 the count to the St. Cloud State catcher. Trees 0 for 4 in the game this afternoon. And she'll look at one middle away for ball 1. And even the count up at 1 aside. Vanden Langenberg at second. 1 down and Trees up to bat. Eckhart deals and Trees slaps that one back up the middle. Shortstop catches and fires to the first baseman. That's in time. Berube to Ritz. And they will gun down Trees, but Vanden Langenberg advances to third. And on the 6-3 put out, 2 down for St. Cloud State, and now Jasmine Estrada holds the fate of the first in her hands.
Well, Jasmine Estrada had a really good series against UMD. Kind of brought it over into game 1 where she went 1 for 3. She didn't get an RBI, but she did come around to score once, and she's really been seeing the ball well.
And Estrada looks at one down the middle, but away. And ball 1. We saw her take a 4-pitch walk earlier on against the Marauders, and maybe that's the mentality right now. Is if you're Hugh Mary, you've got to start this one out in front. And the 1-0 pitch cracks right to the third baseman, right into the glove. Perez, an easy grab. And that's going to retire the Huskies in the bottom of the first. 4 batters up and 3 outs gained by the Marauders. We'll see you back here at the Husky Dome for the top of the second right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Oh, my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
Emma Eichhoff back out for her second inning of work against the Marauders here on Saturday afternoon. Game 2 of 4 games this weekend for St. Cloud State, as they will host one of the conference leaders in Minot State here tomorrow afternoon for a noon and 2 doubleheader. Batting here in the inning for the Marauders, Brooke McClure, the first one up, and she'll look at strike 1.
McClure in that first game went 2 for 3. She had one RBI and came around to score once. She also struck out, but she was one of the highlights in that Marauder lineup.
And McClure tags one down the left field line. This one's got a chance, but caught on the track by Brooke Bolin. And a loud first out for the Marauders.
Mackenzie Reinhardt.
And so Reinhardt will step in. That's Mackenzie Reinhardt. 2 for 4 in the afternoon game this morning. So 1 down. Eichhoff looking for a 1-2-3. Retired the first batter on 2 pitches, and now Reinhardt fires this one down the left field line. And it was foul. McFarland was able to make the play over to Fitzgerald, but the umpire behind home plate ruled it foul. So strike 1, and we'll do it again.
Nice job by McFarland and come charging in on that foul line. I mean, it was either going to be fair or foul, but she played it like it was fair and put a little mustard on it and made sure to get it in on time.
And the 0-1 taken just outside for ball 1. So the 1-1 count to Reinhardt. Eichhoff winds, deals, and fouled straight back by Reinhardt. Now Eichhoff out in front, 1-2.
It's that kind of efficiency that's really kind of helped the Huskies pitching staff early on in the season and early in the NSIC play. Had a little bit of a bump there in that first game, but
and now a dribbler up to the third baseman. McFarland fires across the diamond to Fitzgerald. That one is in time this time and fair. And so a 5-3 put out on the score sheets, and it's 2 down here for the Marauders. And stepping up He's the new face in this ball game. Yes, it's Ariana Ratura. Big cut on the first pitch she sees, and it's strike one.
Yeah, the freshman stepping into today's game, and she didn't, as you mentioned, didn't get a chance to show up in that first game, but right now she's batting 174. She lines this one down the second baseline. It's going to be fielded in 1, 2, 3 innings. So good job by Eichhoff to come up and do her business and get out quickly.
Marauders retired quickly in the top of the second. This game certainly moving faster than the last one. We'll step aside here on the KVSC Sports Stream. When we come back, St. Cloud State up to bat. It's 5, 6, and 7 coming up after this.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohamed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot and a save. Forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar, but
that means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects, shot there, Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
Back out for the second inning of work against this St. Cloud State roster. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Huskies. To lead it off this inning, Holly Weinberger. Weinberger 2 for 4 in the last game. A double and a single, had an RBI to her name as well. Eckhart delivers, and Weinberger slaps that to the second baseman. Ratura, she'll fire over to first, and Ritz will make the play. So a quick one down here for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, that's one thing that's been really common in these two games so far for the Huskies is they're swinging at that first pitch, and in the UMD series they just typically took that pitch, and now they're starting to swing at it, and it's usually coming up with ground ball outs in favor of UMary.
Maggie Fitzgerald pops the first one up off the Teflon, and it falls in the middle infield. No, caught by the second baseman. That will be an out. Off the Teflon in the field of play and into the glove. Ratura makes the play, and 2 down quickly for St. Cloud State. 2 down on 2 pitches.
You want to talk about efficiency there, Jake? Eckhart right now is really efficient through 2 pitches, 2 outs. Maybe she'll get the third one right here.
Hit the nail right on the head, and now Alexandra Pinkowski. She'll look at ball 1.
Another thing a lot of these Marauder pitchers have been doing well is they've been keeping the ball low in the zone. When you start to elevate, well, then the batters can celebrate. But so far, the batters haven't been able to really get a hold of any, and it's kind of resulted in a little bit more of small ball than the Huskies maybe would have liked.
Pinkowski, one of the best hitters for St. Cloud State in that afternoon game, as she went 3 for 3. Picked up an RBI and scored a run herself, and she's in front 2-0. Takes one high, called a ball, now 3-0 to Pinkowski. And Sophie Kalane on deck. 2 down here in the inning. First 2 went down on 2 pitches, and now Pinkowski's seeing 3. Here comes the 3-0. Taken, it is a 4-pitch walk. And the Marauders certainly knowing what Pinkowski did in game 1, well, they don't want to see that in game 2. So they'll put her on and force Kalane to do some damage.
Colhane coming into today's game. Well, the junior's batting .261, and she's started in 16 games, appeared in 17, so we'll see if she can maybe get something going here.
Kalane spits on the first one, ball 1, and you mentioned it, she's 16 starts, 1 for 4 against Duluth. She had an RBI in game 2, but on the aggregate, 1 for her last 20. Been a tough stretch here for the junior catcher. Kalane takes one right down Broadway, first strike, and count is even 1-1. So Pinkowski awarded a base on a 4-pitch walk. Now Kalane into the right-handed batter's box. The 1-1. Pinkowski goes. This one's popped up into the Teflon and caught on the middle infield. Return made the play. That'll be the out. And the Huskies retired quickly through this one. Efficient pitching by the Marauders sends the Huskies back to the dugout. They'll come out defensively. And the Marauders will have 9-1-2 in the top of the third. We'll see you back here right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
And Walker shoots bar down. Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
This game moving along quickly as we are already into the top of the third between the Marauders and the Huskies. And for her first plate appearance of the day, it's Natasha Stubbs. Defensively, she'll play left field, and she'll bat ninth in the lineup for the Marauders in Game 2. And Eichhoff returns for her third inning of work, and Eichhoff winds fires, fouled straight back by Stubbs.
Yeah, we'll see if these two pitchers can continue dueling throughout this one. I mean, both pitchers so far have been excellent and erasing any runners that have come on board really quickly. So we'll see if that continues throughout the remainder of this one.
Stubbs looks at a good breaking pitch that missed high. Evens the count up at 1-1. Natasha Stubbs, the freshman outfielder, the Frisco, Texas native, 1 for her last 7. With 1 run scored in that span, 6 putouts in her last game against Minot State. As this one dribbles over the plate, and it's 2-1.
So big second strike there for Eichhoff, as now it's a 1-2 count, and you can kind of start pitching away.
2-1 hard cut taken by Stubbs. That's the strikeout.
Eichhoff coming back with a little bit of a change up there and pulling the string, and that's one thing that Mitch Roberts has really helped this team kind of accomplish, not only on the offensive side but also pitching. He's really started to mix in, kind of mixing up the speeds and the deliveries, and it's really worked so far for all the Huskies on the staff so far.
So back to the top of the order, Avery Dome will step into the left-handed batter's box, and she'll look at ball 1. Dome batted leadoff in Game 1 as well. 2 for 4, and she smacks this one right back to Eichhoff, in and out of the glove, and Eichhoff can't make the play in time. So an infield single for Avery Dome, and the Marauders have a man on with 1 out.
Yeah, that's one where, if you're Eichhoff, you can't really be mad at yourself. You're going to be mad at yourself because you didn't make the play. But, I mean, it's coming back at you at at least 80 miles per hour, probably more. And, you just put up that glove out of reaction to trying not to get hit. So, it kind of came in and out a little quicker than you thought, and you couldn't quite squeeze and get the out. But you're working, so just keep dealing.
DeYoung takes a hack through the first one of the pass ball. Got behind trees, but no movement over at first. It's a foul tip and a strike 1. Aaron DeYoung looks at the next one up and away. 1-1 the count. So Dome on first. DeYoung up to bat with 1 down. DeYoung 2 for 3 in Game 1. Sends one up to right center, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Rounding the corner is Dome. She'll slide into third safely. And a single right back up the middle for Aaron DeYoung. We'll put runners on the corners with just 1 out. And now it's Soraya Perez to come up.
This is going to be one of those outs that you're going to need to probably either get it in the infield, like a little ground ball in the infield, or you're probably going to need either a strikeout. But even a walk doesn't necessarily hurt you too much. You got a base to play with, and you've been pitching it pretty well up to this point if you're Eichhoff, but you really want to try and get ahead in the count and really put away Perez here on 3 straight strikes.
Eichhoff deals the first one to Perez. That breaks into the strike zone, and 0-1 the count. So Dome at third, DeYoung at first. Perez at the plate, 1 down. Marauders took a 4-0 lead on St. Cloud State in Game 1 and looking to do the same here in Game 2. 0-1, the wind and the pitch. That's low. Runner goes from first, and no throw by Trees. So DeYoung will steal second base, and that will pretty much put the chokehold on St. Cloud State.
The reason why Trees didn't throw down there is because if you throw down to second, that gives Avery Toholm a chance to steal home on that throw, and it's going to be tough to get it to second and back.
Chopper there by Perez, and McFarland will glove it down, fire across the diamond, and it's in time for the out.
That is an all-star play out there in the hot corner by McFarland. Reaches up, it was over her head, and she even had to hop to get the extra couple inches she needed, and then throws it on a line to first and gets it right to Maggie Fitzgerald, right in her glove. She didn't have to dig it out or anything, so good job there, and quickly now you got your second out, and now you can really have some fun.
So Ritz sends one right back to Eichhoff into the glove, a line out, a comebacker, and Eichhoff makes the play. No one advances. And 1 pitch to Ritz will end the inning as the Marauders strand a pair. Huskies up to bat right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Nolan Walker shoots Bird down. Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
Back inside the Husky Dome, it's softball on Saturday afternoon from St. Cloud State. The Huskies and the Marauders going at it. Huskies took Game 1 8-5, and they trailed 4-0 and were able to work their way back out in front. And after a scoreless 2.5 innings, St. Cloud State will come up to bat here in the bottom of the third. Brooke Bolin will lead things off. 4 hits already for the Marauders in this game. 4 runners left on base, and for St. Cloud State, just 1 hit. Raven Vanden Langenberg led off the ball game with a single, and nothing since. Nicole Eckhart out of the windup. Bolin checks her swing. And did she go? No, she didn't. Ball 1.
Bolin last game went 2 for 3. She came around to score once. She also got an RBI to her name, but no, she didn't get a walk. That was another girl. But, so far she's been doing really well, seeing the ball today, and maybe she can continue it.
Shows bunt, takes the pitch, does Bolin. And ball 2.
Something we saw early or later on in the Binkowski at bat as Bolin takes ball 3, but the Huskies, working ahead in these counts and staying ahead and working deep into them and finding ways to get on, and if they can continue that, they're going to probably win this one.
And Bolin, a quick 4-pitch walk to climb aboard to start the inning off for St. Cloud State, and so we'll rotate back to the top of the order. Vanden Langenberg will step into the right-handed batter's box. Already 1 hit to her name, stole second base, advanced to third, and was left stranded 45 feet away. And now with no outs and a runner on, keep an eye on Brooke Bolin. As Raven stacks up to take on Eckhart. Eckhart sends that one down the middle, and Bolin goes right away. She'll slide into second. The throw will not be in time, so a stolen base for Bolin. The first pitch offered to Vanden Langenberg was a strike.
Well, that's Bolin's 8th stolen base on the year. She has not been thrown out yet, and she has just been one of those gals that she gets on, you know it's just a matter of time before she takes second.
Vanden Langenberg skies one out to center field. Ranging under it is the center fielder. She'll make the grab at the wall. Bolin will tag up and advance to third. So Dome shifting from left to center in this game too, able to make the play. But Brooke Bolin will come to third, and now the second runner for St. Cloud State, 45 feet out.
Well, this is kind of a nice productive out there by Raven Vanden Langenberg to get that sac fly and move Brooke Bolin, another 45 feet up. And now with one out, you got a runner 45 feet away, and you got Trees, McFarland, and Estrada coming up to bat. Actually, McFarland, Trees, then Estrada. But, it should be a good chance for the Huskies to go up 1-0 here early in this one. Or not really early. We've kind of blown past those first couple innings, and we're all of a sudden in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, it certainly still feels early there, Max. Especially, we talked about it at the onset of the broadcast. But, you and I were shooting up a pregame here, just hanging out, getting ready. We were still waiting for official line charts to even set up the score sheets. And the next thing we know, the game has started, and Brooke Bolin is being pulled off of third as it appears 2 outs will be on the play, and they'll pull Brooke Bolin off the base paths. Mitch Roberts, no idea what's going on, and I'd certainly like an explanation as well.
Looks like they're going to say she went before they actually caught the ball, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one, especially with, how Brooke Bolin is. She's used to, tagging up, so I usually would think that she would be on the safer side of that, but I guess the ump saw something different as McFarland takes ball 1.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know that I saw what the officials believe they saw on that play, but nonetheless, McFarland now with bases cleared takes a clean hack and misses to even the count up at 1 aside. I would imagine that essentially goes down as a running error, potentially caught stealing third essentially. As if she left before the ball was caught, then yes, all the defense has to do is tag second with the ball, and Bolin is out and chopped straight back by McFarland. And she falls behind in the count 1-2.
Ooh, the backstop almost fell down on Lech there, but she got out in time. Got to fix it. It looks like the shortstop for the Huskies is on top of things, and Vanden Langenberg will fix the backstop, and we'll get back to playing here. But, it's just kind of a tough one where, you had a runner on third, and now all of a sudden it's erased.
Second runner stranded at third. Here's McFarland, looks at a pitch middle away, and that's ball 2.
But if you are going to have kind of a bump go against you, you want these next few hitters coming up in your lineup with McFarland, Trees, and Estrada, all very veteran players, and will kind of settle the team down.
McFarland chops this one foul down the first base line, so we'll do it again, 2-2 the count. McFarland popped up to the infield in her first at-bat in this ball game. 3 for 3 in game 1. She'll look at the 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. Chops that one out to deep center field. Ranging back is Dome, and she'll make the grab to retire the Huskies in the bottom of the third. We'll step aside here on the KVSC Sports Stream. When we come back, 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Marauders right after this.
Walker shoots, barred down, Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
inside the Husky Dome, St. Cloud State and University of Mary Marauders. Top of the fourth inning here from the Husky Dome. Jake Bedell, Max Steigoff with you on the call this afternoon. St. Cloud State looking to sweep the doubleheader. Emma Eichhoff will come out for her fourth inning of work. And she'll face 5, 6, and 7 in this lineup. Haley Berube will lead off. Defensively, she plays short this afternoon for the Marauders. Eichhoff has allowed 4 hits. She struck out 3. No runs yet have crossed the plate for either side, and a hard tagged ball by Berube down the right field line. It's going to fall foul. And 0-1 the count.
You mentioned the 3 strikeouts that Eichhoff has so far today, and Berube is one of them as she steps up 0 for 1 today already, but she left 2 on base earlier on in the game, so maybe she needs to kind of calm down and come back here.
And this one is tagged out to right center. That'll fall in, get over the wall on a 1-hop. No, it'll stay in play and fired back in to hold the runner to 2. So Berube with a leadoff double in the top of the fourth. And that will bring the catcher, McClure, up to bat, Brooke McClure. So a runner in scoring position for the Marauders. 5th hit given up by Eichhoff in this game.
McClure flew out earlier in this one, and the Huskies would definitely take that, maybe even something else.
McClure shows bunt, and McFarland playing down from third. She was 20 feet from home plate, caught the bunt on a 1-hop, or rather on a pop, and 1 down on 1 pitch. When you said it, Max, that's exactly what the Huskies would take right now.
Yeah, so another fly out, and a good job by both McFarland and Fitzgerald was coming up the line too, just in case it were to go the other way. So good job fielding out there by the Huskies, and it results in an out.
So Reinhardt shows bunt as well. Eichhoff plays this one on a dribble, throws over the first base line. That's into the outfield, and that's going to score a run. Rounding the base paths was Berube, and the Marauders lead this one by 1.
Yeah, that's a tough one where the Huskies had a chance to maybe record the second out and, hold Berube at third, but instead now Berube's going to score, and it's going to end up with a nice little double for the Marauders. And it's tough, but we've seen it happen before where the Mary Marauders have gone out to a lead early in the game, and Huskies have already battled back once.
Should go down as an error on Emma Eichhoff, a throwing error. She couldn't find Fitzgerald, and it cost the Huskies a run. Now a runner on second, 1 down. Reinhardt at second, and into the batter's box is Rutsura. Second pitch she faces, bunts up the first base line, and pinching in to cover at first, and a nice play. Fitzgerald threw it to Weinberger, now 2 down.
Left fielder number 3, Natasha.
And a runner will advance to third.
So that was originally what the Huskies wanted to do last batter, where they wanted to get the second out and just hold the runner to third, but now they're going to have to settle for it happening right now.
And a foul ball here into the whiting.
Almost had a play at it there, Jake.
Almost had a play. Listen, I don't play for a reason, though. I would have embarrassed myself out here. I can promise you that. As Natasha Stubbs into the left-handed batter's box, 0-1 counts. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, taken right down the chute. 0-2 the count now.
Stubbs has already struck out in this one, and now she's looking down the barrel of maybe the second strikeout and ending this inning for the Marauders.
Takes one up and away. So 1-2 the count.
It's a rise ball that Eichhoff just gave to Stubbs, and Stubbs even thought about it for a second, and that's a good 2-strike pitch, get him swinging high.
And she'll foul this one straight back. Will Stubbs, and so we'll do it again. 1 run has crossed the plate for the Marauders here in the top of the fourth. 1-0 your score. With Reinhardt 45 feet out, she stands at third base. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Trees couldn't hold on, so we'll do it again.
It's good at bat here for Stubbs so far. She fell behind 0-2, and now she's really battling, fouling off pitches, and upping that pitch count for Eichhoff, who, just wants to get out of this inning. She doesn't want to prolong it any further.
Eichhoff sends one right down the chute and fans Stubbs swinging. That's the second swinging K for Natasha Stubbs in this game, and that retires the Marauders with a runner on in the top of the fourth. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. St. Cloud State up to bat right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
97.5 Radio X is now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics.
Mohammed Youssef, and Youssef takes the shot, and a save forced there by Kanan Hennon to push it over the bar. But
that means Tiger Athletics can be heard right here, from the court to the field, from the ice to the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey, along with the Icebreakers.
Pass connects, shot there, Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning from the Husky Dome. St. Cloud State taking on UMary. St. Cloud will have 3, 4, and 5 up to bat here. In the bottom of the fourth, Sydney Trees will lead things off. Trees grounded out to the shortstop in her first plate appearance. That was back in the bottom of the first inning. 0 for 4 in game one just before this.
Yeah, I was about to bring up that 0 for 4 game one, and I mean, that's really not like her, but she is one of those batters that one game isn't really going to define her, and she's going to come back just as hard that second game.
Sydney Trees stares down strike one. Nicole Eckhart out for her fourth inning of work. And Trees tags one out to left field. Ranging on it is the left fielder and into the glove. A nice play by Stubbs. She closed out the top of the fourth from the plate, and she'll open up the bottom of the fourth from the outfield.
Oh, good play, and she kind of overcommitted on that ball. She ended up having to throw her glove across her body to end up recording that out, but either way, it's one out, and now you got Jasmine Estrada up to the plate, who has been doing pretty good for the Huskies, but right now they're losing 1-0.
This pitch misses low and away for ball one. Jasmine Estrada into the box. She lined out to second her last time up. She'll bat left-handed. Eckhart out of the wind-up. Deals the 0-1. Tagged right back up the middle. That's going to find shallow outfield, and Estrada's aboard with a single.
Well, that's a good way to kind of start your inning, and it's a little weird to say it's a good way to start your inning with an out and a runner on, but I mean, that was a good ball to start it off for Sydney Trees, and then, you come back with a nice little single up the middle for Jasmine Estrada, and, you've been seeing the ball well, and you've been making contact, so you're feeling good there, and you're feeling confident at the plate as you turn it over to Weinberger.
Weinberger grounded out to second her first time up. She'll tag the first one she sees down the left field line, and it will hit the Teflon, so a foul ball. 0-1 the count to Weinberger. One down and one on for St. Cloud State. They trail by one here in the bottom of the fourth. At this point of game one, they trailed by, I believe, 4. They were gearing up to come back in that one, as they would later win 8-5. Nicole Eckhart out of the windup, sends one right down the chute, taken for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, through 4, almost through 4 here in this one, and you can definitely tell this is a much bigger strike zone for this home plate umpire, so you're going to have to adjust to that.
This one misses middle away, 1-2 the count. Eckhart settles in. Weinberger faces 1-2. The pitch taken middle away Count is even at 2 aside. Estrada at first, climbed aboard on a single. Weinberger looking to advance her and climb aboard herself. Eckhart deals, and this one is slapped out to left field, back at the warning track, and caught by Stubbs. And another deep fly out to left. Estrada will stay at first, and 2 down here for St. Cloud State.
And Stubbs almost lost that one in the Teflon. It looked a little bit almost like an outfielder in the old Metrodome there. She was ranging back, went over her left shoulder, then she was like, oh, nope, it's over on this shoulder. So she quickly turned around, got on the right side, got on her horse, and eventually got the second out. But a lot of balls have been making their way out there.
Maggie Fitzgerald looks at strike 1. She was 0 for 4 in the first one of this matchup. And so Estrada at first. Fitzgerald down 0-1. Here comes the pitch. Fitzgerald checks her swing. That's low, and 1-1 the count.
When the Huskies are, taking some of those first pitches and working deep into counts, they're doing a lot better, but it's just been tough to kind of get into those as they've been swinging away early, and it's been resulting in pop outs and ground outs for them. But so far they've been doing a lot better later on in this one. I'd say the past 2 innings, kind of working into those counts a little deeper.
Fitzgerald looks at the 2-1, cuts that one straight back foul, and 2-2. Maggie Fitzgerald, the freshman infielder, the Oak Lawn, Illinois native. First full season here with St. Cloud State. 4-year starter for Richards High School back in Oak Lawn. She looks at the 2-2 with a runner on and 2 out, and tags that one hard down the left field line off the Teflon. Ruled foul either way. And so we'll do it again.
Well, she got a little bit of that one. Even though it was going foul, it was going to be foul by a long ways. It was probably going to go for a while, but it was caught by the roof, and it's ruled a foul, and now she's got to step back in with the 2-2 count.
Nicole Eckhart looking to work out of it, sends one low and in for ball 3. So Fitzgerald able to work the count full. Estrada at first. Eckhart trying to wiggle out of some traffic on the paths. The payoff pitch. Chopped straight back by Fitzgerald, and we'll do it again.
Right now, if you're Eckhart, the worst case scenario is you walk Maggie Fitzgerald and this inning continues, and then you keep going throughout this lineup, and you got Pinkowski coming up after that. But right now she really needs to get out of this inning.
Eckhart. Payoff pitch is skied up into the Teflon and caught in fair territory. That's going to be an out. And the third one of the inning for St. Cloud State. Huskies go down quietly, and they'll go out to the outfield. Marauders back up to bat right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Oh, my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
Top of the 5th inning, St. Cloud State and UMary. UMary will lead off with the top of their order, 1-2-3 coming up. And Avery Dome will step into the left-handed batter's box. Emma Eichhoff out for her 5th inning of work. First pitch of the inning is low down the middle, ball 1 to Avery Dome.
Yeah, so far for Eichhoff, I mean, it's been a good game. I mean, you haven't given up an earned run yet. You have that one run as that's in there for a strike, but she's currently at 50 pitches, so she's been working efficiently. She's only given up 5 hits, and she struck out 4. So, I mean, so far a really good outing for her, and maybe she'll have the leash to finish this one off.
Chopper off the ankle, it looked, as Avery Dome cut that one right back down to her own feet. A foul ball either way, and Dome seems to be okay for it. 2-1 the count. Pardon me, 1-2. Dome 2 for 2 in this one, and fouls off the 1-2 pitch, so we'll do it again.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, she's 2 for 2, leading the team in hits so far with 2 of them, and then there's a couple of them sprinkled in throughout the lineup, a couple ones in there, but so right now she's really been the name of the game in Game 2 for the Marauders.
She's 4 for 6 today against St. Cloud State. Eichhoff settles in, out of the windup. The pitch is chopped up to the first baseman. A nice play by Fitzgerald. She'll glove it on a one-hop and step on the bag, and the first player is retired.
Well, that's a good play by Fitzgerald. I mean, that ball was coming in hot, and good job to get the glove all the way down to the ground, gets it, fields it, goes on to first for that first down, and then throw it around the horn and celebrate. And now you got another one coming up to bat here in DeYoung.
Aaron DeYoung hacks through the first one and strike 1.
DeYoung so far, she's 1 for 2. She's got a stolen base in that one time she's gotten on, but
DeYoung chops that foul down the left field line.
But so far, I mean, not the same DeYoung we probably saw in that first game where she was a little bit more active, going 2 for 3 with an RBI.
Eichhoff up to 57 pitches. Through 4 1/3. We're in the 5th, 1-0 your score. Marauders up on top. Eichhoff deals, and this one's chopped to the second baseman. Kalane fields it on a hop over to Fitzgerald in time, and 2 down for St. Cloud State.
Good job so far by Eichhoff this inning, inducing ground ball contact, and that's mainly because she's keeping it low in the zone and getting these Marauder hitters to swing over the top of the ball. And with a defense like you've got with the Huskies, you're usually going to get that out if it's in the infield and it's fielded by one of your infielders.
Soraya Perez steps into the right-handed batter's box, spits on a pitch low and in, ball 1. Perez, 1 for 2 already. Singled in her first at-bat. Grounded out to McFarland her second time up. The 1-0 pitch, and she tags a high hanger out to center field. Ranging back is Pinkowski. That's over the wall. And is it a one-hop or a home run? It looks like it's gone.
Looks like it's going to be ruled a ground rule double, and may have gotten away with one there, but if you're Eichhoff, you've been kind of going through pretty easily, and now you've had to face some adversity for the first time in this top of the 5th inning. How are you going to deal with it? Are you going to kind of maybe crumble, but or are you going to step up and get this next batter out? I think she's going to get this next one out pretty easily, maybe go low and get that third ground ball out.
So on the ground rule double, Perez will stay at second. Chopped down the first base line, foul by Ritz. Falls behind in the count, 0-1. Certainly looked like Perez tagged that one with enough power to get it over the wall. I mean, it was just a hanger in the wrong spot, really, from Eichhoff, and just caught too much of the plate, and Perez almost made her pay for it. And I mean, you said it best. Huskies may have gotten away with one there. But this one's skied high by Ritz and into the glove for St. Cloud State, and that'll retire the Marauders in the top of the 5th. 3 down, and the hit does not cost St. Cloud State. Back to the plate in the bottom of the 5th. We'll see you back here right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Every Monday night at 7:30, you can catch On the Air live from Granite City Food and Brewery with Blake Tyson and Andrew Erickson on 97.5 Radio X. Every week, we sit down with players and coaches from many teams in central Minnesota, from local high school athletes to collegiate stars from St. Cloud State and to the coaches that got them there. Every week, you can hear recaps of events in the area and find out what is to come. We invite you to join us for On the Air every Monday night from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. from Granite City Food and Brewery. Stop on in and grab a bite while listening, or join us on your home for St. Cloud High School Athletics, 97.5 Radio X.
Coming up for St. Cloud State in the bottom of the fifth, 7, 8, and 9. Pinkowski, Kalane, and Brooke Bolin. No changes on the mound for the Marauders. Nicole Eckhart out for her fifth inning of work, and no surprise, through 4 innings, only up to 49 pitches. As she has been just as efficient as Emma Eichhoff has throughout this ballgame.
Yeah, and she really has, and I think one of the reasons why, Jake, is because she's using her defense behind her. If you were to take a look at the pitching matchup, she's only struck out a total of 0 batters. So, while Eichhoff has been striking out a couple, she's got 4 already today. Eckhart, on the other hand, has really kind of used her defense and kept her defense alive and in the field.
Pinkowski's second plate appearance, she drew a walk her first time up. Takes first pitch, middle away for ball 1.
Right now the Huskies, currently they've only had 4 of them reach base, and that's really got to change starting this inning, because if you're only averaging about 1 runner per inning, that's not usually the recipe for success going down the line here.
Pinkowski looks at ball 2, and now Eckhart behind in the count. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, just over the strike zone. 3-0 now to Pinkowski.
This is a great way to start it off. If you were to get Pinkowski on base here to start this inning, maybe she takes second here, or something else. You maybe get a hit and run.
And that one finally right down the chute. 3-1 the count. Pinkowski took a 4-pitch walk in her first plate appearance in this game. She was 3 for 3 in game 1. Certainly playing the matchup here, knowing that she went 3 for 3 in the first game. 3-1 is tagged out to right center. It's a high fly ball. Ranging in on it is Reinhardt, and she'll make the grab. A warning track fly for Pinkowski in the first out for St. Cloud State in the bottom of the fifth.
Yeah, and if you're Mary, you really got to be happy with that. You came in 3-0 to start off that at bat, and you end up getting a fly out, so no damage and no one on, and that's really a best case scenario if you're Eckhart.
Sophie Kalane steps in. First pitch up and away. Eckhart looked like she lost control of it. And so 1-0 the count to the Huskies' second baseman. Eckhart winds and fires, and Kalane fouls this one off the Teflon into fair territory. First strike of the at-bat, and the count is even 1-1.
Yeah, and if you were to look at Eckhart and her total pitches, she's thrown 54 pitches, but 31 of them have been strikes. So that kind of tells you that these Huskies have gotten deep into these counts. They just haven't capitalized.
Kalane chops one up to the shortstop. Baruby fields it on a hop, fires across the diamond to Ritz, and it's in time.
Left fielder, number 23.
That's another kind of example there. You're 1-1, and you just induce some weak ground ball contact, and now 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, and it's go time for the Huskies as Brooke Bolin steps up to the batter's box here with 2 away.
Bolin, bat left-handed, reached on a walk her first at bat, looks at a strike, just caught the corner low and away. And so Bolin falls down 0-1. Bolin drew the walk in her first at-bat, stole second. She chops this one straight back foul. stole second and then was the product of effectively an out that, I mean, the best way to say it is effectively she was caught trying to steal third as it was a tag-up play, and the officials, after the play was made, decided she did not tag up after the ball had been caught. It was before that the officials thought she had tagged up. So they ruled her out at third base, and now strike three looking as the first K of the afternoon is a backwards K for the Marauders, and the Huskies go down 1-2-3. We'll see you back here for the top of the sixth right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream.
Walker shoots, barred down, Nolan Walker. He's got two now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His three is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
Inside the Husky Dome, 1-0 your score as the Marauders come up to bat in the top of the sixth inning. Hugh Mary leads this one 1-0. They've led since the fourth. Jake Bedell, Max Steigoff here with you on the call. On the KVSC Sports Stream, St. Cloud State back here in action tomorrow afternoon against Minot State. A noon o'clock and 2 o'clock start here from the Dome. Max Steigoff, you'll be here tomorrow afternoon for those alongside Ricky Clavercamp, as the Huskies look to come back in this one and maybe win both of those as well and get the NSIC schedule off to a hot start. First pitch taken up and away. Haley Berube will lead off the inning here for the Marauders.
Yeah, the Huskies currently riding a 7-game win streak. That includes that series against UMD and that first game against UMary as this one's popped up.
And that will find infield grass, so a foul ball.
But, you know, you want to keep that streak going as long as you can, especially as you start NSIC play. And, you know, right now you're in the share of the lead for the top of the NSIC, and you want to keep that going as long as you can because, well, believe it or not, the name of the game is to win.
Hard ball tagged foul again by Haley Berube. 1-2 to count. You mentioned the schedule to open the season for St. Cloud State, and all things considered, pretty good. 3-1 at the Kelly Loss, 3-1 at the Washburn Invite in Kansas. This one fouled up and straight into the glove of Sidney Trees. Will be a foul ball. The spring games is where things kind of came unglued there, Max. Yeah. The Huskies took a spring break trip out to Florida, and they had 4 games canceled throughout the course. They were able to make them all up, but on the aggregate, they went 2-7. They did win a 1-run game, 1-0. As this one is tagged right back up the middle by Berube. She'll slap the bat, and that'll ride all the way to the wall. Berube around second, and the throw is not going to be in time. She'll take a triple to lead off the inning.
Well, that's just a tough way to start it off. I mean, it was, like you said, it was tagged. It was coming off the bat at about Mach 2, and, well, it got almost under the fence there in right center field. Good job by Pitkowski. You get out there and fish it out, but right now your back is against the wall, especially with how your bats have been lately. You cannot allow another run because, well, you can't expect any.
And there is the second run allowed as Berube will come across the plate. The RBI knock by McClure. And I was going to mention, you know, I mean, the bat flip by Berube. I've never seen a bat flip quite that enthusiastic on a triple by Berube in her last plate appearance. But now the live ball is called. The throw back to second is in time for the out. I'm not entirely sure how that ball was still ruled in play. But the Huskies will actually get an out as McClure tried to advance to second. One of the umpires said that ball was still live after being fielded as Berube came to cross the plate.
Well, at least it erases the runner off the base paths, and now you got the third baseman Perez up.
And Perez sends one into right center. She'll stop at first as Pinkowski able to make the play.
Third baseman, number 13, Ariana Ventura.
And that was Reinhardt to climb aboard with a single. So McClure with an RBI single to bring Berube home. She was caught stealing, though. That's the first out of the inning. Reinhardt climbs aboard with a single. And now after the dust settles, Ratura steps in. Ratura shows bunt, drops a nice one right in front of the plate. Trees comes up, fires to Fitzgerald, and it's in time. So a runner advances to second on the play. That's Reinhardt now in scoring position. But a pivotal second out recorded by St. Cloud State.
Good play there by Sydney Trees behind home plate. Those kind of bunts are really hard to play because you want to get out in front, but you might run into the batter, and then that's, runner interference. So they take first automatically, so she let her go and then fielded it on a hop on the bare hand.
2 strikeouts here for Stubbs. Shiso's bunt. McFarland steps in, throws to first in time. Fitzgerald makes the play. A nice ranging grab as McFarland, from the time the ball left the glove to the time it hit the bat, she ranged down from the third base corner to make the play across the diamond. 5-3 on the putout, and the Marauders go down. One crosses the plate. And the lead is now 2 for you, Mary. We'll see you back here right after this on the KVSC Sports Stream. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Huskies need a pair.
Walker shoots, barred down, Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score.
St. Cloud State up to bat here in the bottom of the 6th from the Husky Dome. Top of the order coming up, it'll be Vanden Langenberg, McFarland, and Trees. As the Huskies surrendered a run in the top of this inning, they trailed 2-0.
Well, if you're the Huskies, you're down to your final 6 here. So you got to kind of lock in. I mean, and, the top of the order is a stellar lineup for the Huskies with Raven Vanden Langenberg, Haley McFarland, and Sydney Trees coming up for you. These are 3 gals that can really lock in and really give your team a chance. Heck, by the end of these 3 batters, it is very possible that you're up 3-0, but you've got to get that first runner on. I mean, that has been one of the struggles for the Huskies in this game, too, is getting runners on. I mean, it's just been kind of on and off all game, and they haven't really been able to build an inning where they've gotten multiple runners on base.
Vanden Langenberg 1 for 2 so far in this one. Looks at the ball right down the chute, and 0-1 the count.
Raven Vanden Langenberg, she had a good first game, and I mean she's had an okay second game. This is only her 3rd at bat, really. So, and she's 1 for 2 in it.
Vanden Langenberg looks at one outside, evens the count up 1-1. He mentioned her at-bats already in this game. She popped one out to center field that easily, 5 more feet, that's gone for a home run. So showing off some power already. And she looks at the 1-1, tags it down the left field line, off the Teflon and down to the turf. So a foul ball, 2-1 the count. Now Vanden Langenberg's going to have to shorten up and stay alive.
Yeah, and that one, if you're at Selke, that one easily could have been gone and maybe even into northern Minnesota. She got all of that one, just hit the top of the roof. And, sometimes the breaks go for you for the Huskies, and sometimes they go against you, and that one kind of went against them.
1-2 pitch, taken high to tie the count 2-2.
A good take there to even the count at 2, and that's a shoulder height. That's one where you're really trying to swing at if you're trying to get back into things. That's usually where you strike out, but good job by the veteran to take that pitch.
Trees sends the 2-2 pitch down the third base line, can't be chased down, falls in foul territory, so we'll do it again. Nicole Eckhart, 65th pitch of the outing so far, as she's fared relatively well. She threw a couple in the first game, too. Through 2/3 of an inning, struck out 1, only threw 9 pitches. And, you mentioned it, Max, to me, kind of off air in between games. Maybe a nice little warm-up session for her if she's going to be the starter in this one, as Vanden Langenberg stays alive and cuts another one foul.
Yeah, and, you have that first game where, you're kind of, you're losing 8-5, and you're just like, all right, we'll throw her out there for the last 2/3, and we'll just, let her get a little confidence. And it's rolled over into the second game as well, as she's been pitching fantastically throughout this one.
Eckhart, the best arm the Marauders have on their roster, and finally a fair ball from Vanden Langenberg down the third base line. She'll go for 2 on this one as it gets all the way back to the wall, and Vanden Langenberg lead-off double. That's what you need if you're St. Cloud State. And now with nobody out, here comes the meat. McFarland, Trees, and Estrada.
Yeah, this is exactly how you want to lead off this top of the inning. These 2 games so far haven't been pretty for the Huskies, and they can talk about that later. Right now, you got to focus in on this at-bat with Haley McFarland stepping into that right-handed batter's box. You have a chance to cut into this lead. You have a chance to get on base and kind of string it together a couple of hits, and that's what you got to focus on right now.
McFarland chops that one right to the shortstop. The line out right into the glove. Never even touched the ground, and McFarland is out on 1 pitch.
Wow, what a line drive there by McFarland. That's going to end up looking a lot more harmless than it was. That one was coming off the bat with a little heat behind it as well. And, good job at the shortstop there for you, Mary, to get under it and just find a way to scoop it off the turf before it landed, but now 1 away.
So now it's Sydney Trees. Looks at the first one, that misses low. It's ball 1 to the St. Cloud catcher.
Sydney Trees, I don't know if I should mention this, currently leads the NSIC in home runs. So, if she gets one of those, that ties the game up pretty quick.
Trees chops one back out of play. 1-1 the count.
She's also 5th in the NSIC in RBIs and 3rd in slugging. So, like you said, this is the meat of the lineup for the Huskies, and the part of the lineup that you need to get it done. You don't want it, you need it. You're leaning on this part of the lineup.
Trees looking for her first hit of the afternoon. 0 for 6 today. Chops one to the third baseman who fires across the diamond, and it's in time. Perez comes in to make the play, fires over to Ritz, and it's 2 down for St. Cloud State. Vanden Langenberg advances to 3rd on the play.
I think that's really important for the Huskies right now. You got a runner 45 feet away. You haven't had that in a while. So you have a chance to cut into this lead, and you got Jasmine Estrada coming up to the plate. She's been seeing the ball well. She had the only walk in that first game, and right now they really need her to work the count and get on by any means necessary.
Estrada looks at a first pitch ball, and she's ahead in the count. 1-0.
A lot of space in the middle of the field as both of the shortstop and second base kind of playing a little closer to the corners of the field.
Estrada takes this one outside, and at a 2-0 count, this one's got 4-pitch walk written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you want to start, laying one over the plate there for Jasmine Estrada to try to get back in this count, because we know how much she can really barrel the ball up, but it's a matter of wondering if Eckhart knows.
And this one's low and away for ball 3, and I'd imagine this is going to be a gifted bag. Weinberger on deck. She went 2 for 4 in game 1.
0 for 2 today.
Estrada ahead in the count, 3-0, and yep, that's the 4-pitch walk. So she'll take her base at first. And so now the go-ahead run will step up to the plate, and Holly Weinberger. And Mitch Roberts going to make a change here. He's going to put a pinch runner in for Jasmine Estrada. Did this in game 1 as well.
Madison Spa's coming in for the Huskies, and I have to imagine, you might want to start looking at taking the second base, at least trying to get in that rundown, because then you have a chance with Raven Vanden Langenberg to take home. If you get taked out in the base pass, that run that scores, well, that's okay. That run will stand. So, I mean, even if you get caught in a rundown, you get a chance to score here.
2 outs in the inning. 2 on for St. Cloud State. Weinberger a chance to give the Huskies the lead. She takes the first pitch, and Spa takes off for second. Throw is cut off ahead of second base, and Spa is in easily with a stolen bag. So Weinberger behind in the count, 0-1, but now runners on second and third for St. Cloud State. Eckhart trying to work out of the first real bit of trouble she's had. And this one is middle away to Weinberger. And it's 2-0 the count.
Yeah, so far, if you're Eckhart, you don't want to, fall behind 3-0 because that means you probably are going to have to throw one over to try and get back into the count.
And this one is chopped up into the Teflon in play and caught on the infield. And it will be ruled the third out of the inning.
And we might have a little bit of a contest here as Mitch Roberts is saying, look, it was over the third base bag, trailing foul. I don't know how that was going to be in play. And I don't know if it's going to fall on deaf ears, but they might have a talk about it.
So far he will contest it. Home plate umpire is not, and now he will go out and chat with the umpire at second base.
I think another big thing is that both of the Husky runners are out there still. I mean, they are adamant that they are still batting here after that foul ball or maybe foul ball, so we'll see what happens here.
Mitch Roberts having his word, and the umpire looks like he's going to stand on his call, but conversation's certainly not over yet. This would take the Marauders to the 7th with a 2-0 lead if it's ruled an out. However, if it's not, Weinberger would
continue to bat.
We should continue with a 1-2 count, and they're going to rule that one an out. So a tough break there for St. Cloud State as they strand a pair. Weinberger goes down as she flew out to the shortstop, and it's going to have to be 6, 7, and 8. In the bottom of the 7th, Huskies look to keep the deficit to 2 here. We'll see you back here from the Husky Dome right after this for the top of the 7th.
Your Huskies. Walker shoots, barred down, Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one. All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score.
St. Cloud State in a hole, taking on the Marauders in game 2. They trail by 2, and they need a 0 here in the 7th, and the first pitch is sent back up the middle, picked up by the shortstop, and then dropped. Pardon me, that was Kalane at second base. So a leadoff single with the top of the order for the Marauders, and Dome climbs aboard in the top of the 7th. First pitch swinging was Avery Dome against Emma Eichhoff, out for her 7th inning of work. And the batter shows bunt. Dome goes, and that tag cannot be applied in time. Throw was right on. A strike from Trees to second base. Just not in time, so Dome quickly steals second.
Yeah, that was a quick bang play, and I think that may have been out, but I mean, it was a closer where the ump was, so maybe he got a better look at it, but it looked like the throw maybe beat him.
Aaron DeYoung looks at ball 1. Pardon me, that caught the strike zone. So 0-2 on DeYoung. With a runner at second. Perez on deck, Ritz in the hole. St. Cloud trying to keep this a 2-0 deficit. And here's the delivery from Eichhoff. That's above the zone. So it's 2-1. 75th pitch of the outing for Eichhoff. And here comes Emma, out of the windup. Kicks and delivers. This one's chopped right back up to Emma. She'll fire to third to McFarland. She'll apply the tag, and the lead man is out at third. So the Dome is gunned down on the play by DeYoung. The play by Emma Eichhoff, pardon me.
Good play there by Eichhoff to kind of see that Dome was taking off there right away, and that's one of those plays where if you're the runner, you got to wait. You got to take maybe another step and you wait. You force that play, and then, well, it ends up costing her, and now that lead runner is a race.
So on the fielder's choice, DeYoung will reach first. Pitch out on the first pitch to Perez, and Trees thought about it, as did DeYoung, who stands at first.
DeYoung already has a stolen base, 1 of 3 so far for the Marauders.
Soraya Perez watches that one right down the chute. 1-1 the count. Perez has a single, or 2 hits, pardon me, in this game, a single and a double. 2 for 3 so far, and looking to make it 3 for 4 with a runner on first and 1 out in the inning. Eichhoff deals, and she chops that one back up to the shortstop. Vanden Langenberg fires to Fitzgerald across the diamond in time. So 2 down in the inning. The 6-3 ground out. DeYoung will take second on the play.
That's a tough play there by Raven to charge in, grab the ball, and then get it to your throwing hand, and then throw it with enough speed and accuracy to get the runner out at first. That's not something you see in a lot of NSIC shortstops, but you see it here with the Huskies.
Eichhoff bounces one over the plate, and Ritz looks at ball 1. Devin Ritz 0 for 3 in this game. Eichhoff trying to work out of a jam and keep her team down by 2. Pitch out, up and away, ball 2. Two and 0 to Ritz. Runner on second. 2 down here for the Marauders. Ritz takes a hefty cut at that one, swings under it. 2-1 the count.
Yeah, that rise ball had, hit me all over it, and that's what that pitch is designed to do. It makes you think, oh, it's right at the shoulders. Well, no, it's going to end up at about a eye level or chin level by the time you swing, and, well, that's what happened there.
Fouled straight back by Ritz off the Teflon into fair play. No one could catch it. Will go down as a foul ball, so 2-2 the count. Eichhoff looking to get out of the inning with no harm done and give her team a chance to come back in this one in the bottom of the 7th. The 2-2 pitch. Taken down the middle, strike 3 called, and Eichhoff is out of it.
Yeah, that's right on that outer half of the plate, and we talked about how this is going to be a little bit of a bigger strike zone, and it ends up working out for the Huskies.
Bottom of the order coming up, 6, 7, 8, and maybe 9 for St. Cloud State. We'll step aside here on the KVSC Sports Stream. When we come back, Huskies need 2 to tie and 3 to walk it off.
Alternative music was awesome in the 90s. Progressive artists and bands had a profound effect on what we call rock music today. The spirit of alternative music is still alive and well. New alt-rock artists are still innovating and changing the music landscape. You want to hear what alternative and progressive music sounds like today? Check out our sister station, KVSC, at 88.1 FM. You can hear the latest in progressive rock, punk, hip-hop, blues, and even folk and bluegrass music. KVSC 88.1 FM, your sound alternative.
St. Cloud State needs a pair at a tie. They need 3 to win, and right out of the gate, Mitch Roberts is going to make a change. Stepping in for Maggie Fitzgerald will be Kylie Thompson to take the first at bat. In the bottom of the 7th against Nicole Eckhart. Out for her 7th inning of work. For Eckhart, 1 save on the year, 1 and 2 in her last 3 decisions. And Eckhart sends one middle away and misses the zone for ball 1. Nicole Eckhart, she's been given 0 runs in support 5 times this season. Wow. And she's 1-8, which, I mean, frankly, you've got to look at that and say that not only is this really your best pitcher, but if you could give her run supports, her record would certainly look better for it. There's a big cut by Thompson, ties the count up 1-1.
Speaking of pitchers, Kylie Thompson, fifth-year senior, coming in to hit for this one, and usually she's on the other side. And we saw Emma Eichhoff come in game one to take a couple at-bats, or one at-bat, but here we see Kylie Thompson take a ball high and away.
Take a ball high and away. That looked like a pitch out with no one on base as Thompson gets ahead 2-1, steps back into the batter's box. Right-handed batter's box. St. Cloud down 2. In the bottom of the 7th, Eckhart, the 2-1 pitch, and Thompson chops it foul. That'll tie things up 2-2.
Eckhart pulls a string on that one and gets Thompson to swing out in front of it, but now, Thompson's seen that changeup and can't really fool her too much, I'd hope, at least, again, but you never know, and that's one of the reasons why you play the games.
Thompson looks at the 2-2, and here it comes, and she checks through it, and did not go as the ruling, so a full count, 3-2. Pinkowski on deck, and unless Mitch Roberts makes a change, Sophie Collane in the hole. Thompson into pinch hit for Maggie Fitzgerald, and the payoff pitch. And Thompson cuts right under it. Drop ball fired over to first, and the strikeouts. So one down in the inning as Thompson goes down swinging. And for Nicole Eckhart, she's 2 outs away.
Yeah, that was that was ball 4 right there, and she swings right through it. But that's kind of how you live with those pinch hitters. They're coming in cold. They don't necessarily have a great gauge of where the strike zone is, so they're just kind of free swinging.
Pinkowski takes strike 1 right down Broadway. The 85th pitch of the outing for Nicole Eckhart. 94 when you consider she threw 9 in the first game as well. Pinkowski looks at that one just above the zone. So 1-1 the count. Huskies need a pair to tie. The 1-1 taken above the zone, chest high again, so Pinkowski now ahead 2-1.
Right now, the Huskies at this point just need runners on. I mean, so far they've only had 6 reach base so far, and mentioned it last inning, but 1 runner per inning, that's not going to be an ingredient for success.
Pinkowski chops this one up off the Teflon, and the play could not be made. Ranging down was Ratura. Tried to make the sliding grab and couldn't do it. So Pinkowski stays alive. 2-2 the count. You mentioned it there, Max. I mean, 3 hits all game for the Huskies. It's just not going to get it done, frankly. You left 5 on base. And listen, you got the 1 hit that trailed out toward the warning track. You got the 1 double from your roster, but that's about the only confident hit you've had as Pinkowski grounds one over to third, fire across the diamond, not in time! Pinkowski is safe.
That's huge for the Huskies. Big confidence boost. That's just heart right there by Pinkowski, just beating out the throw. It was going to be a tough play either way, but I mean, Pinkowski making it even harder by going a hard 45 and getting in safely. And now you got 1 on with 1 out, and Colhane coming up to bat.
Sophie Collane into the right-handed batter's box. Perez tried to come down and get the grounder and fire across to Ritz and just couldn't make the play in time. Pinkowski's aboard. 1 out here, and Sophie Collane could tie this thing up with 1 swing of the bat. Collane takes one low and in, ball 1.
It's a good job by Collane to just take that first pitch. More often than not, Eckhart has been starting these hitters behind 1-0, and that's not how you end up winning games, but right now she finds herself ahead.
Collane tags one up the middle, and Pinkowski's going to round second. She'll round third. She's getting the wave to come home. No, they'll cut her off at third instead. That throw would not have been in time to home, but nonetheless, Kalane reaches with a single, and now it's runners on the corners for St. Cloud State. Brooke Bolin will come up to bat with 1 out and 2 on, and now the go-ahead run is at the plate. Bolin will not take the batter's box. She'll be pinch hit for. So,
Tenley Quinnell is going to be in at first and pinch run there, and then Gabrielle Nelson's coming up for the Huskies, and she already had a pinch hit in this one that kind of, or not in this one, but the last game that kind of was clutch. So if she can do it again, that would be huge for the Huskies. They need at least, one more hit here to really kind of give themselves a little bit of hope and really claw back into this one. Currently threatening with a runner on third, but you just want that run to cross as soon as possible.
Runners on the corners. St. Cloud needs 3 to tie on a hard cut taken by Gabrielle Nelson. Strike 1, she swung right over it. 1 out. Runners on the corners. This is frankly the response you wanted to see if you're St. Cloud State, particularly if you're Mitch Roberts. Nelson down 0-1. Takes a hard hack and misses 0-2. And you'd like to see Nelson maybe be a little less aggressive as she swung at a couple of pitches maybe she could have taken.
Yeah, that last one, though, it definitely would have been in there for a strike. And, she's swinging at strikes. It's just she's not making contact, so hopefully she can here.
0-2 thrown away by Eckhart. Nelson will stay alive. 1-2 the count. Pinkowski at third. Tenley Cannell takes a lead off first, and here comes the pitch. Nelson chops it foul, and we'll do it again.
Well, I think that's pretty good here for Nelson. I mean, now she's like, hey, I've fouled off one at least. I've made contact. Now all you got to do is just put it in play and, make sure you get one run across here.
Vanden Langenberg on deck, 2 of the 5 hits St. Cloud State has, and Nelson chops another one foul to stay alive. 95th pitch of the outing for Nicole Eckhart.
Wouldn't be surprised if Eckhart maybe goes off speed here and pulls a string. She's kind of come back on the outer half with a couple fast ones. Now she might go back to the outer half with a little slower.
2-2 pitch. Nelson chops this one left field. This one's at the wall. Goodbye! Huskies walk it off on a 3-run bomb to left field. Gabrielle Nelson, the hero in the bottom of the 7th. And goodbye, good night, UMary.
I mean, they don't ask how. They ask how many, and the Huskies push across 3 here in this final frame, and they sweep the UMary Marauders both games. Probably not the way you scripted it up, but I mean, by God, they push across 3 extra, and now they're going home winners of 2, and now they can set their sights for tomorrow where they've got another 2 games. But, I mean, you can really feel good about this one.
A 3-run pinch hit, walk-off nuke by Gabrielle Nelson. And listen, you think about what she did in game 1. I mean, we talked about Nelson. She came in for that pinch hit at bat. She got a double up the middle, and that really sparked the offense for St. Cloud State. That got them going. And for Mitch Roberts, I mean, don't you look like a genius right now going back to Gabrielle Nelson with 1 out, bottom of the 7th. I mean, your game is on the line here, and she gets the pitch she wants and tags it out to left field. And just like that, St. Cloud has swept the Marauders. But listen, I mean, a big credit to UMary in both these games. Took a 4-0 lead over St. Cloud State in game 1. They held them to 5 hits until that walk-off shot at the end of the 7th there for St. Cloud State. So the Marauders, listen, they played well. I mean, you got to tip your hat and give credit where credit is due. But for St. Cloud State, you've also got to tip your cap. They're now 4-0 in NSIC play.
Yeah, and if you're the Marauders, I mean, it's a little deflating, but at the same time, you gotta feel good about this because right now you're a 2-win team, and you just took one of the better teams in the NSIC